Yes.
Good morning. Welcome y'all to the Thursday, June 6th, County Commissioner meeting. Call it to order. Mr. McClure, will you do the invocation, please, and the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for today. We thank you for all of the blessings that you have given to us as individuals and as a county. We ask your continued supervision of our decisions that we make. We ask, Lord, your wisdom as we look at the things that we have before us today, that you would give us the discernment that we need to make the correct decisions in line with your will and in the good of the citizens. And we ask all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shores, recognition of veterans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have any veterans with us today? Any veterans? If you're here, would you please stand and be recognized? All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Register for public address. The sign-up sheet's right here. If you have not signed up and you want to register, please do so. Adoption of the agenda. We have Mr. Smith has asked discussion of DSS program goals is 7F and reinsurance dollar threshold for 7G. Can I have a motion to adopt the amended agenda?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Mr. Martins, anybody signed up for public address?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
No? All right. Moving along real good here this morning. 7A, request by Davidson Water Incorporated to pursue a building infrastructure and communities grant through FEMA. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ron Sink, General Manager of Davidson Water. I think everyone here knows me, for those who don't. I've been involved with Davidson Water for many years. As you know, we're a member-owned co-op. We're the country's largest water utility co-op, which is something to be proud of. And by default, essentially, we're the county's water department.
Mm-hmm.
So we're here to discuss a very important issue that we feel that we're vulnerable on, and that's the stream bank stabilization of approximately 160 million gallons of raw water that we treat to send out over 10, 12 billion gallons a day to serve most of the citizens of Davidson County. We feel the recent storms over the last 10, 15 years have made us more vulnerable. We've taken steps to Band-Aid, if you will, to stop the bleeding, if you will, to remedy that, but we need a long-term solution. And we're here to discuss your help to help us get that long-term solution. I'm going to turn it over to Ben Palmer, our civil engineer, asset manager for Davidson Water, and I think y'all know Ben. There he, I'm going, where is he?
Ben's hiding.
Right here.
Thank you, Ron.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. How are you?
I got just hopefully a short little presentation here. I just wanted to share with everybody to give us a little bit of background and you know, what we're looking for moving forward. So as Ron mentioned, you know, we're here today to talk about a FEMA grant opportunity. It's called their BRIC program. It's the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program. So just sort of a quick overview of Davidson Water. You know, Ron touched on a few of these. So as a system, you know, we cover approximately 578 square miles. We've got roughly almost 2,000 miles of water line in the ground, distribution line in our system. We have 13 different pressure zones, 30 water tanks or towers within the system, 24 pump stations. Currently, we have approximately 61,000 active connections, and of that 61,000, roughly 50,000 are located in Davidson County. We do have service in Randolph County, go into Forsyth just a little bit and have a couple of subdivisions in Guilford County. But the bulk of our connections are in Davidson County. And we serve a population of approximately 151,000 people. And of that, roughly 124,000 are Davidson County residents. Our water plant, located out on Koontz Road, I think most everybody's familiar with where our plant is. We actually have two treatment plants at the property, the Greg Stabler plant and the CO Pickle plant. And combined, we have a capacity of 27 million gallons a day that we can treat. Recently, we're averaging around 10.5 million gallons per day. And as part of our process, we have three raw water reservoirs that have a combined capacity of approximately 160 million gallons. And what we do is we pull raw water out of the Yadkin River, pump it into these large reservoirs, and they're used as a pre-settling process before the water is actually moved to the plant for treatment. And these are I've got arrows highlighting the three large reservoirs. And as you can see, this is the Yadkin River. So we're immediately adjacent to the Yadkin. And so our concern and vulnerability that Ron mentioned is when the Yadkin River floods, the river levels rise and has impacts on these embankments for these reservoirs, creating erosion issues and so forth. So the Yadkin River, the USGS has designated that the flood stage at Yadkin College is 18 feet. That's where it sort of hits the flood stage. And here's sort of a historical graph showing river levels since 2008. The red line depicts the 18-foot flood stage. And since 2008, we've had 22 flood events that have exceeded that 18-foot elevation. And these flood events, they cause, excessive velocity in the river, which there in turn impacts the stability of the embankments on the riverbanks, which leads to concerns for us for the long-term stability of these reservoirs. I just want to highlight a couple flood events. I'm going to show you some photos here in a minute. But April 2017 and November of 2020. So this is the aerial photo from April 2017. Peak flood stage was 26 feet. And as you can see, the middle pond here, the river level is pretty close to breaching the top of the dam there. November of 2020, peak flood stage was 30.27 feet, and you can see in this picture, well, actually you can't see it, but our middle pond is right here. It's been completely submerged. That was a huge event in 2020. So Davidson Water did secure some grant money, some FEMA emergency management grant money as part of the Hurricane Michael recovery effort. That process was started, I believe, in 2019 as far as, working with FEMA and Department of Public Safety to secure those funds. And last year, we completed a project that allowed us to remove all the existing trees and vegetation that were along the riverbank. And those trees were creating issues during the flood events. The velocities would get high, it would wash the soil out from around the tree roots. Some of the trees would fall, further degrading the banks. So what we were able to do with the money secured through that grant was to remove those existing trees, sort of improve the slope, the slopes on these embankments, try to flatten them out a little bit, and and move towards trying to better stabilize them. Again,
What was the cost of that?
so the project cost was $703,000. The grant portion was $542,000.
Oh, I see it down in the
Yeah, I
corner.
just popped it up there, sorry, you beat me to it.
Yeah.
So this was, this was more of a Band-Aid fix. So there had been some other another engineering firm, several years ago had looked at some long-term stability needs, and improvements, but the money that was available just wasn't adequate to do what, really needed to be done for a long-term fix. So in 2018, the Disaster Recovery Reform Act was passed, and what this act did, it basically allowed the federal government to shift from being reactive to proactive. Trying to spend some money ahead of these natural disasters to prevent, the failures resulting from natural disasters. And so what the act allowed for was that 6% of federal post-disaster grant funding, roughly 6%, would be diverted into a BRIC account. So anytime there was money allocated in response to a disaster, they would pull off 6% of that and put it into a BRIC account to be used for proactive measures. So FEMA they've currently got 3 programs that are pre-disaster proactive type projects. So you've got the BRIC program, which is the Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, the Flood Mitigation Assistance Program, and the STORM program, which is Safeguarding Tomorrow through Ongoing Mitigation. And the program that we're looking at is the BRIC program. So the way the grant process is structured, so the FEMA money is available to, they've got it set up as an applicant, sub-applicant structure. So the applicant, in our case, is going to be the state of North Carolina, the Department of Public Safety. So sub-applicants have to be either local governments, tribal governments, state agencies, tribal agencies, or districts or authorities. So it's not open to a private entity or an individual. It has to be applied for as a qualifier of one of these sub-applicants. Currently, FEMA has not released their schedule for the 24-25 program as of yet, but we're anticipating that that they're going to issue the notice of financial opportunity. They call it a NOFO. We're expecting them to issue that in August of this year. The submittal deadline for submitting the application is December 6th, which would be issued from DPS, and then FEMA would make their final decision and offer grant funding offers in February of next year. So what we're asking for is we're asking for the county to serve as a sub-applicant for this grant program, which would help us try to obtain some funding that we can utilize to address these long-term stability issues with our reservoirs. Again, looking for a partnership. Who's going to be responsible for what? So Davidson Water. We intend to contract directly with a consultant to assist us with the grant application process. If we're successful in obtaining a grant, this firm would, work on final designs, construction documents, basically assist us through the construction process and the grant administration process. The grant program, I didn't mention this earlier, but it's a 25%. So the grant would cover 75% of the project cost. The applicant would be responsible for 25%. Davidson Water, we're going to cover all costs associated, with the project. We're not asking for any funding, any monetary funding from the county. We're just looking for a pathway to apply for this grant. And we would provide oversight for this project from start to finish. So again, Davidson County's role in this would be to serve as a sub-applicant for the application process, submit any of the grant documentation, the initial letter of intent, the application would have to come from the county. Everything is electronic, it's online, so it would be, signing up for access to the FEMA portals or the DPS portals, and submitting the documentation. All of this documentation would be provided by us and or our consultant. So we would, basically take care of pulling everything together and then pass it off to, whoever the designated representative for the county would be to get it uploaded and submitted. Again, not asking for any funding. We would propose to handle this through a memorandum of agreement. And I've had some conversations with some other consultants that we've asked for advice on this process. Their recommendation is to once we pull a consultant on board and select a consultant to help us with this, that consultant would work with us and the county to develop a formal MOA for everybody to review, get comfortable with, and then sign off on. So that's pretty much it. I know I sort of blew through it.
I don't see any downside to it. Any questions by the board to Mr. Palmer? No. I would say we've been partners for a long time, so maybe not financially, but we got to work together as a community, and water's something we need. So Casey, I would guess the board would direct you guys to move forward with trying to...
Our office is going to probably be the ones tasked with getting involved with the portal and submitting the documentation. When do you need the letter of intent and things like that?
Well, excuse me. The letter of intent will be due in early October.
Okay.
So our next step right now is to issue a statement of qualifications to get a consultant on board. And really what we were wanting to do is have this meeting with the board, confirm if everybody was on board before we actually put that out to the public to solicit. So, our next step is to issue that request for qualifications, and our intent is to do that next week. And then once we get a consultant on board and under contract, then we'll really sort of hit the ground and start, getting everything coordinated and ready for that early October letter of intent submission.
Sounds good to me. Good luck, and hopefully we can get this moved forward soon. So
very good.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you,
man.
Mr. Sink.
That'll be good.
All right, Mr. Crook.
Good morning.
There you go.
Madam and fellow commissioners. I'm gonna work up here this morning since we've got one app and it's a text amendment. If you'll recall at your May 13th public hearing or meeting, we had a request by J. Lamart LLC. Thank you, Debbie. We had a request by J. Lamart LLC to amend the truck stop / travel plaza use that has just recently been adopted in the zoning ordinance back in December of 2022. Up until that time, basically everything that fuel sales and all of those types of uses were handled as a convenience store / service station. I know that's a dated term because you don't see a whole lot of service stations anymore. But when we adopted that we wanted to make sure that there were protections in place for, overnight truck parking and large-scale maintenance facilities of road tractor trailers. I'm gonna read the definition real quick of, and I'm working straight off the packet that you folks have. I sent you guys a packet, and basically the front 2 pages are the application, and then the current rules, and a summation sheet, and then the pages straight out of the ordinance. But a truck stop / travel plaza today, is as follows. It's a business that's open to the public and that serves commercial vehicles such as tractor trailers or other heavy trucks, including by selling fuel to such vehicles. Truck stop / travel plaza may provide repair and maintenance services, food and convenience items, overnight vehicle accommodations, or other related services typically associated with such use. A truck stop / travel plaza need not serve commercial vehicles exclusively and may also provide fuel sales and other services for passengers or other types of vehicles. A business that would otherwise meet this definition shall not be deemed a truck stop / travel plaza if it has no more than 2 diesel fuel pumps and no more than 5 overnight parking spaces large enough for tractor trailers or other heavy trucks. So we've got a level of service there where we draw a distinction, where if you only park in a couple trucks overnight or you only sell so much diesel fuel, you're still considered a convenience store / service station, as the way the ordinance looks at it. How do you get a truck stop / travel plaza under the current rules? You basically have to apply, it's only allowed in heavy industrial zoning, and you have to apply for a special use permit, Class A, that would come and be reviewed by this board. As part of the specific requirements to apply for that special use permit, you have to have 20 acres. There's impact analysis for traffic. There's a DOT driveway permit. There's some, you have to submit plans, elevations of all types of structures. There is a 700-foot maximum distance from a excess interchange for an interstate. And there's some other screening requirements, some distances, not only for the facilities on the property, but also the parking, the overnight truck parking. Because with this use, there's no limit, no maximum limit on the amount of trucks that can be parked overnight. And anyone who's familiar with those parking facilities, those diesel engines can run all night with people sleeping in the trucks. Sometimes you have refrigerated units with those units kicking on and kicking off all night. And the purpose for that is if these things are located close to residential neighborhoods, it could be a very imposing use to have to listen to. So they were set in this special use that we have. Mr. Nick Patel, through his LLC, which is J. Lamart 1 LLC, owns property in Davidson County. He's a corporate citizen here, so he has requested his original request was to amend our existing special use permit truck stop / travel plaza. He wanted to reduce the acreage to 7.5 acres instead of 20, and he wanted to increase the distance from a full access interchange on an interstate from the current 700 feet to 1,300 feet. Because that's where, for his property, his access is at. Now, his property shouldn't play a role in any of the decisions we make here this morning, because we, this is going to be a countywide change if it's adopted. So that was the original request. When this went to planning board, our planning board decided that probably needed to, they wanted to split that use of truck stop / travel plaza into 2 separate uses. So what they wanted to do is take truck stop and basically leave it exactly the way it is right now. Same conditions, same distances, same screening requirements. The only thing that would change if their proposal is adopted is we take travel plaza out of all the language for a truck stop. Okay, what did they do for travel plaza? The new use that they proposed, I'm going to read the definition for you. Okay, a travel plaza, a business that is open to the public, open to the motoring public that serves both personal and commercial vehicles. Travel plazas may provide fuel sales, food, and convenience item sales, full-service restaurants or coffee shops, overnight vehicle accommodation, i.e. parking, showers, and other related services associated with such uses. A travel plaza shall not provide vehicle maintenance or vehicle washing facilities. A travel plaza need not serve personal vehicles exclusively and may also provide fuel sales and other services for commercial vehicles such as tractor trailers or other heavy trucks or types of vehicles. So what the planning board did is they kind of drew the distinction at the maintenance part of this. They wanted to include the overnight parking facility. They wanted to exclude heavy maintenance of commercial vehicles, and they also wanted to exclude the large truck washing facilities. So basically, you would have unlimited amount of diesel fuel sales, and you could have unlimited amount of parking. But they drew the line at maintenance. And if you guys have any questions, please just interrupt me and let me know, and I'll try to answer those for you. They also proposed to change the approval process for a travel plaza. Instead of it being only allowed in HI through a special use permit Class A, they proposed to allow this in, I think it was highway commercial. Excuse me, sorry, I'm fumbling around here. Highway commercial, limited industrial, and I think, was it heavy industrial too? Yes. So they proposed that it be allowed in highway commercial, limited industrial, and heavy industrial. Instead of requiring the applicant to form and file an application for a special use permit Class A, they recommended that it be approved through the development standard process. So basically what that would require is the adoption of some development standards that staff can review in the office instead of making the applicant come forward and do the special use permit process. Those development standards are as follows. You'd have to have a 10-acre minimum lot size. Staff can review a site plan and determine that. Site plan showing location and size of all existing and proposed structures, the distance of all structures, and parking from adjoining properties, all overnight parking areas and all amenities, fuel islands, weigh stations, etc. Number 3, plans, elevations, and perspectives for all proposed structures and descriptions of the color and nature of all exterior materials. Number 4, a landscape plan showing at the same scale as the site plan, existing and proposed trees, plus shrubs, ground cover, proposed screening with the types and locations of all proposed landscape materials. Number 5, a traffic impact analysis for the proposed facility. 6, a DOT driveway permit. 7, when an overnight parking lot is involved, there shall be a minimum distance of 350 feet from the proposed parking facility and any residentially zoned property. A 100-foot vegetative buffer shall be located between said parking area and any residentially zoned property. The 100-foot buffer shall be located within the closest 100 foot to the noise source. That proved when that vegetative buffer is closer to the noise source, it mitigates that noise source better than if it's further away from it. That's why that language is there. Travel plaza facility, this number 8, shall be located a minimum of the standard district setbacks from any property line. So that means any of the proposed buildings or anything like that would just have to meet your standard setbacks in either HC, LI, or HI. Any outdoor lighting associated with the travel plaza or other amenities shall be installed as full cutoff fixtures. Residential dusted-on lighting is permitted elsewhere on site. No lighting shall be directed onto adjacent properties and shall be shielded to prevent such light pollution. A lighting plan shall be submitted showing these conditions can be met. Number 10, travel plaza property shall have security fencing on all sides and rear of the developed site. Fencing shall extend from the surface of the ground to a uniform minimum height of 6 feet from the ground at any given point. Number 11, and I'm about through, I've got 14 of these. The travel plaza property shall have screening against any adjoining residentially zoned property. Vegetation shall be of a type that will reach a minimum height of 20 feet at maturity and shall be placed at intervals so that a contiguous, opaque, unbroken hedgerow will exist to a height of at least 20 feet when the vegetation reaches maturity. Every owner or operator, this is number 12, shall be responsible for maintaining the fencing and or vegetation, dead or diseased vegetation shall be removed and replanted. Number 13, driveway access to the site must be within 1,320 feet. That's exactly a quarter of a mile. That's why that's kind of an odd distance. Of a full access interstate interchange or right-of-way. And last but not least, the fuel island shall be located on the site as to prohibit vehicle stacking off of the travel plaza property. So if there's a run on fuel and everybody's trying to get it, there needs to be enough room on the property so that trucks are not backed out into a DOT road. So what the planning board recommended was redefine or split the use, redefine travel plaza, recommend a different approval method through development standard where staff would have to look at those standards and the applicant would have to submit that information to us, and proposed it in 3 different zoning districts. I want to stop right there and ask if anybody has any questions about the uses.
I do.
Yes, sir.
Karen's got one as well.
Thank you. So the planning board thinks that this 300 feet away from where they're going to be parking is going to be enough for the noise level, if a house is close by. Is that correct? Because I remember Mr. Schuler's property several years ago at Schuler Meats. That was because I knew a person that lived right there beside his property, and the noise level was very, very high.
Yeah, it's a 350-foot setback, and it's got to have a 100-foot vegetative buffer in that setback closest to the parking area.
Okay.
So you've got 350 foot's a football field with the end zones, basically.
So, and it's unlimited parking?
It would be as many parking.
As he's got spaces?
Yes.
As he's got spaces? Okay.
Yeah, there would be no cap on the number of overnight commercial truck accommodations that could take place there.
Do you feel good about that?
I do. I think that's adequate because most of these facilities are going to be within a quarter mile of an interstate anyways.
Right.
And you're going to have interstate noise already.
Right.
But that's a very astute point, and that's why the board felt like that would the 100-foot vegetative buffer would be adequate to diffuse those noises.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Commissioner Walker hit on one thing that I was concerned about, and that was the fact that the 5 spaces have been eliminated for such a small area. Do you not think it should be an optional issue for the zoning board under that prerequisite to determine? I mean, such a small space, 5 is going to be plenty. So,
well,
don't you think that the tool ought to be there for you folks to make that determination?
Well, the 5 spaces, and if the board's considering adopting the planning board recommendation tonight, I want to put the 5 spaces back in the definition so that we have a distinguishment between convenience store, service station use, which is your Sheetz, your 7-Eleven, these smaller facilities. I don't want those to get caught up into these proposed facilities where a Sheetz would have to have 10 acres and provide all this stuff. That's not productive in our mind. These are going to be the next level up, and I think the board and staff felt that you've got 350-foot setbacks from any proposed parking facility with that 100-foot vegetative buffer in there, and to us, we felt like that was going to be the obtrusive use if there was an obtrusive use on the property. So 350 feet, that's a long distance. You're probably looking at a minimum of 7 acres, and the 10 acres would be the smallest property if this is adopted as proposed, would be the smallest property that you could place it on. So you've got a 10-acre tract to work with. Parking has to be the 350 foot away from any residentially zoned property with buffers, that 100-foot buffer. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Shell?
So you're saying that you would like to include that?
I want to staff would recommend putting the 5 spaces definition, or that sentence back in to the definition of travel plaza.
Because I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that's what my point I was trying to make.
That way, if it's smaller than that, they don't have to abide by these rules. If you got, 4 parking spaces or just 2 diesel pumps, as many 7-Elevens and things do, they'll provide a couple little spaces for overnight parking and
Suppose, you said a minimum of, 10 acres is, reduce it down to a minimum of 10 acres?
this would, anyone who wants to apply for a travel plaza would have to have a minimum tract size of 10 acres under the planning board proposal.
The point I was trying to make with regards to the parking spaces.
Yes, sir.
Suppose they purchase 15 acres. Could the planning board have the option to extend from 5 to 7, maybe? Depending on what?
The 5 would not be applicable to this use if they do the truck stop travel plaza. You could have any number of parking spaces that you wanted, as long as you could continue to meet the condition of 350 feet. If you have 15 acres as opposed to 10, you could have a bigger parking spot, but you still have to be 350 foot away from residential property with that 100-foot buffer in there.
You can put 50 on there if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the parking seems to be one of the hotcake items that people are requesting with truck traffic. There's not a lot of places for these guys to park in a secure location.
So here's something, I don't know if y'all thought about it or not, but I'd kind of like to see in there is they cannot lease out the parking spots. Because I hear that's happening now.
Okay.
Truckers don't have room to sleep at night because the plazas are actually leasing out their parking spots for local people so much a month, and
Okay, for them to just park and
they just park.
Okay, then they go home and leave the truck setting there.
Mhm.
Okay, well, that's yeah,
That's brilliant.
we have a malleable document here that the board can, add or subtract things as they see fit.
And the reason I say that's part of it, the safety of it. When they come in and get fuel, if they need sleep, they can sleep and then
Sure.
go somewhere else, but they have nowhere to sleep because they're leasing out these spots,
Okay,
locally for truck parking.
all right, so no lease of spaces, it would just be first come, first serve
Right.
parking areas. Okay, we can add that in there. We can add that as a 15 on the development standard if that's what the board wants to continue to
I don't know
do.
how the rest of the board feels.
I agree.
That's a great idea.
Great, I hadn't thought of that.
Thought about that.
Okay, it's a good idea.
Okay, I'm good with it. Is the rest of the board good with? Yeah.
Well, the applicant is here. Mr. Jay Wagner does represent Mr. Patel, and I would, I don't know if we need to open a public hearing or anything like that. This is a continuation of an existing public hearing. It's a text amendment, so I don't know what.
I thought we closed the public hearing.
I don't remember.
I think we closed the public hearing and then just
Okay.
continued.
There was nobody there to
Okay, the
speak,
discussion,
so-
okay. The applicant was involved in this entire process, and they it's my understanding they're okay with this. Mr. Patel can utilize his specific property if this is adopted as proposed. The lease thing is new. I don't know if the board wants to hear from him on that, but that's up to the board.
Yeah, Commissioner McClure has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
The vegetative boundary that we've got, what does that consist of? Do we have a definition as to what that is?
We do not. It would just have to be a 100-foot vegetative buffer. It may be a good idea to specify that to be, trees as opposed to grass.
Yeah, I was talking about.
So I can see.
Yes.
We had that at High Rock Lake where the undergrowth was considered vegetation, and that's not gonna prevent any noise.
Mr. Crook, doesn't 11 cover that where it says, vegetation shall be of a type that will reach a minimum of 20 feet at maturity? Would that not cover what Commissioner McClure was talking about?
Well, those are, it's very
Like
very
two
good.
different things?
Yeah, very good observation. They're kind of two different things. If a travel plaza does not have parking at all, they still have to have this screening right here, under 11. So that would just be a continuous unbroken hedgerow. So that is defined. The other screening is different, and that's only for the proposed parking area. So I would make a friendly amendment or offer a friendly amendment, a 100-foot vegetative buffer consisting of trees be located between the said parking area and any residentially zoned property.
All right, thank you.
Can we, can we add a minimum height of 20 feet?
Sure?
Cause I think that's distinctive and that would definitely
Yes.
cover anything.
Consisting of trees that reach a height of 20 feet shall be located at said parking, okay.
And of course, your spacing needs to be there too. I mean, I don't know if you have that in any type of ordinance, how close these trees are gonna be. And I'd like to see a minimum start. I mean, you can start them off at a foot, and they might be 20 foot in 20 years, but
That's
what
right.
are these neighbors gonna do for 20 years?
That's
you
Okay,
know?
Right.
okay.
So
So-
a minimum height to begin with, you know?
What did the board think about that? I mean, would, I know 6 foot,
I'd say at least 6
At
foot.
least 6, that's
okay,
the bare
for
minimum.
starting points.
And
Okay.
as far as spacing goes, I agree with Todd. You know, if I've got a tree every 20 feet, that's not gonna be much of a buffer, so.
Okay. So a density, and see, densities are tricky things to regulate because,
Just density to perform adequate sound protection, I mean,
Okay.
whatever that is.
okay.
You can't specify the type of vegetation like the trees. Some of them grow straight up, some of them grow out, that's what Todd was thinking about. You got the ones that grow straight up and you got them 10 foot apart, it's like not having one.
That's right.
Well, I think, yeah, this is good information because what most applicants will probably do will be try to utilize existing foliage that's there. But in the instance where it's not there, it does need to be defined so that, the 100-foot vegetative buffer shall consist of trees that reach a minimum height of 20 feet at maturity, and be minimum height at maturity. 6 foot minimum height at planting shall be required, and a density to perform, sound, abatement for residential properties.
I may be speaking amiss, but I think we covered this before, and y'all had mentioned something like a Douglas fir, so many feet apart, they grow together.
Giant green apple
that's
vortise is
it,
what a
yeah.
lot of folks are using now. It's the new Leyland cypress, and it
I
does
remember-
disease as
okay.
well. Or
Lee,
easily.
don't we have that specific in some of our ordinances?
We do have the under 11 is what the specific part of the screening requirement is. That's usually just a screening yard at a property line, and the condition is, shall be planted at a minimum distance, so that a continuous unbroken hedgerow. That comes from our screening language for automobile graveyards. So you plant it, it's got to grow up where you can't see through it at a minimum height of 20 feet. That's the performance that screening yard's supposed to have.
I'm good with it.
All right, y'all figure
Something
it out.
100 feet thick. So does the board want us to specify the type, or it needs to be evergreen? It doesn't need to be deciduous forest where in the wintertime the leaves come off the trees, or?
Just some adequate protection for noise,
okay.
whatever that,
Yeah, it needs to be
there's a lot of different.
year-round foliage there.
So something that
Varieties.
grows at least 20 feet, 100 foot thick is at a density that will abate the noise source.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Sounds good.
yeah,
Thank you.
no problem.
Mr. Chair, do we want to vote on this today, or have Mr. Crook put something together and put it on for?
Yeah, I'd say put something
Is
together.
it too quick for the 10th, or can we do it the 24th?
I can have this, I can have it ready by the 10th. That's,
Just put it on the consent agenda.
so we would continue.
Put the agenda
continue
post
tonight.
today.
Sounds good.
That's what I'm asking. Maybe put it on for the 24th on the consent agenda?
Well, we're adequately advertised, or we're adequately provisioned as per the statutes, because we're continuing. I think as long as we continue to a date certain, and time and location, I think we can.
Can we vote on it today? Would that make it easier? We'll just vote on it today and be
With
done
those
with
changes,
this?
you can do that as well.
I agree with that because our applicant may be waiting on, you know.
They are.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion to approve the staff recommendations with the amendments we have made today.
And add the sentence of 5 parking spaces and no more than 2
Yes.
diesel pumps to the
Amended.
definition.
The amended,
So we
what
can
we've just
separate.
talked about, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, I'll get that worded up
Second
and, yeah.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Yep, thank you.
Y'all.
That'll take care of that. Make it a lot easier.
They're happy with that, so.
Yep. Mr. Leonard, how are you this morning?
We're fine, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, Debbie, I'll need that PowerPoint back. I'm sorry, I have 2 slides on the end of that I'd like to utilize.
This is the expansion to the Atrium Health Laboratory on Welfare Road.
It is, sir. There we go. We have before you a request from Atrium Health, and Mark Isaacson is here behind me today to represent them, and he'll do most of the talking, but I wanted to give the board an idea of what we are here to do or what they are asking of the board. If I can point you to the location, and many of you are familiar with this location. This is the county line of Forsyth and Davidson. Welfare Road comes out of Forsyth County and basically ends about right down in here. And this is all part of a laboratory medical facility that has been there for decades. And what they're wanting to do is expand this, and the new facility is going to be built basically right here with a driveway that will come through Davidson County, but the facility, 95% of it or more, will be in Forsyth County. So I got a call several weeks ago from the Wake Forest Atrium Health on a Zoom meeting with the Forsyth County Planning Department, because of a general statute 160D-203, which allows 2 jurisdictions, when they share a piece of property and development is taking place, where the predominant part of the development is in one county, that the 2 jurisdictions can come together mutually, and the one who does not have the development can relinquish just the planning or the zoning developmental regulations part of it, not taxation, not anything else, just the developmental regulations part. Relinquish, in this part, Davidson County's rezoning to Forsyth County, where they would take care of all of it. During that meeting, Forsyth County, Chris Murphy, the planning director there, said that what they would plan to do is have community meetings that would involve everyone within 1,000 feet of this facility, which would take in all of the Davidson County residents along Welfare and this particular subdivision, community meetings, and then they would advertise and send notices of the public hearing up in Forsyth County for all those citizens of Davidson that are concerned or inquisitive about this expansion. What I'd like to do is ask Mark to come up and just give you an idea of what the medical facility is wanting or how they're wanting to expand, how many phases involved in this thing. And I have, if it'll show up, there it is, good. The yellow portion here, you can see the facility itself, and the county line is cutting through basically the front porch of this thing, with a driveway coming in Davidson County, but the majority of the facility right across the line in Forsyth. So if it please the board, I'll be glad to answer any questions, but if there are none initially, I'd like to ask for Mark to come forward and deliver his presentation.
Yep, that'll be good. Good morning, Mark.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Mark Isaacson. I'm an attorney in 804 Green Valley Road in Greensboro, and thank you for the opportunity to present this project, to brief you on it. As Scott mentioned, I'm here on behalf of Atrium Health, I guess better known as Wake Forest Baptist Health. And currently, this medical research facility is located in downtown Winston-Salem. With the population growth that this area and certainly our state is experiencing, these organizations need to look long-term, 50 to 100 years out. And they have determined, their facilities management folks have determined that they're simply running out of space in downtown Winston-Salem and this medical research facility would be better located at an existing facility. And as Scott indicated, the property, it's a fairly unique situation, straddles the line between Forsyth and Davidson counties. Chapter 160D was enacted by our state legislature about 4 years ago, and it specifically contemplates a circumstance just like this. And so, in a way, it invites both counties, in this case Davidson and Forsyth County commissioners, to review the situation and determine if it's appropriate to allocate, as Scott indicated, just the development regulatory process for this project. So what triggers this will be the application for rezoning, which we would file in Forsyth County, and as Scott indicated on a Zoom call a couple weeks ago, Chris Murphy, the planning director in Forsyth County, essentially endorsed the concept of allocating regulatory or development regulatory jurisdiction specifically to Forsyth County. Interestingly, the property in Forsyth County is zoned IPS, Institutional Public Special Use. And so, without getting into too many of the weeds in Forsyth County, we would actually be filing an application to, of course, rezone the property because it's zoned that, but drilling down into it, we would be changing the site plan because it's a special use zoning. We would just be changing or updating the site plan to provide for this new building, this new facility that would be built. As you saw, most of the property in Davidson County will consist of parking and non-structural improvements. And so our collective thinking on our call with Forsyth County's representative there, planning director, was that it was appropriate to assign jurisdiction of this process to Forsyth County because it's a more specific zoning, a more specific site plan, regulatory arrangement or structure that would be changed. In Davidson County, the property is essentially zoned residential agricultural. Now, I try to put myself in your shoes and what would I be thinking about as elected officials. I think my main concern would be how are we representing our constituents in this county? And so, as Scott indicated, compared to the requirements of Davidson County, the notification for the Davidson County residents per the Forsyth County regulations would be much more extensive, would be 1,000-foot radius. We've actually already had discussions with some of the personnel on the ground at the current facility about a church that's nearby where we would hold one or more neighborhood meetings to advise and educate the folks in the area about the purpose of this request. So there's an existing facility there now. This would be an addition to that medical research facility. And just in all transparency, this is the first step in probably a 1 or 2 or 3 step process as this facility gets developed. I think and understand from discussions with my client that they would probably look at another expansion down the road depending on population growth and the needs of the area. That process would be completely separate. You all would have jurisdiction over that. You all would have another decision point at which you would be able to decide whether to allocate jurisdiction for that separate request to Forsyth County again. But for now, we are requesting that jurisdiction per the statute be allocated to Forsyth County for just the rezoning and the development regulatory part of the process. As Scott indicated, all of the taxation and other aspects of regulating this property would remain with Davidson County. And happy to answer any questions. Our engineer, Luke Dickey from the Stemmel firm, is here to answer any questions. We saw this as an opportunity to brief the board on our request, we are, of course, happy to have a decision today if that's in the board's discretion, or to place this on your June 24th agenda if you so choose.
Commissioner Watford's got a question.
I'd like to just ask about size of this new facility, how much area it's covering, and also how much of that piece of property is a part of the original workings. So just two things, just
okay,
sizing.
I'm gonna ask Luke to address that. You'll need to give your name and address.
Yes, so Luke Dickey, Winston-Mill Associates, 601 North Trade Street, Suite 200, Winston, North Carolina, 27101. So I don't have those exact numbers that I can give you because we're just doing this conceptually at this point so we can know how to move forward. The facility itself is 18,000, just over 18,000 square feet in terms of what the building would be. Okay. As you see, the majority of that is in Forsyth County. The main entrance drive would come off Welfare Drive, which is basically the darker yellow you can see in that area there. Yeah. And then it just have access to parking lots on the east and the west of the facility at that point. Okay. The overall campus that is for this site is, you see that small sliver on the first slide there where they just got basically all the fields. All the main facility then is up back there to the northwest. And so this really comprises maybe roughly 25% of the site is in Davidson County, and 75% is really in Forsyth County from that standpoint.
So it's because you were talking about the possibility of having more phases, having more buildings there. Is it going that way north?
So
or will it be along?
It will extend basically where you see the main entrance drive there, where the R3 label is. There may be some new buildings that would go in that section there, but again, that would come back to this board if we ever decided we want to ask to have it come back into Forsyth County, or since we have site-specific development happening on that parcel, at that point, maybe at that point, you as a commissioner decide, no, we want to be able the ones that would control any development that happens in that location. So we're specifically just looking at that while we're breaking it up to just the 18,000 square foot facility now. That is all in basically Forsyth County.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Matt.
Question, more on the traffic or possible increase in traffic, because Welfare Road is off of Friedberg Church Road, right? So you have Friedberg Elementary, and then off of Ebert you've got Flat Rock and Winston. Do we see a big uptick in traffic happening once this gets built, just because it's already a very busy road?
Right, yeah. So from a traffic standpoint, with this being more medical research, it's very low traffic generation from that standpoint. And from kind of like delivery trucks that would come in, it'd be kind of on that more of that sporadic as needed basis. So we don't see a real uptick in what would be from a traffic. It's not like it's a medical office building where people are coming in for doctor's appointments or anything like that. It's specifically just for the medical research that needs to be done. And so, yeah.
Good question.
Thanks.
I got a question, for Scott, I guess. Scott, it looks like the majority of the citizens are in our county that's going to be affected by this. And once we relinquish these rights, and I guess maybe what kind of laboratory is this going to be? What kind of studies or research are they going to be doing in this facility? But I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but before we represent our citizens. I would like to hear what this is going to be and what they're going to do before we relinquish our rights to give it to Forsyth County. That they'll listen, but it don't matter because
I think that would be question number one at these community meetings. That's going to be what everybody's concern is, what kind of laboratory and what kind of work is going to be produced here. I don't know that, and Mr. Isaacson, I hope, will come up and follow me with the answer. As far as the regulation part of this, the reason the staff feels comfortable, Forsyth County is even more regulated in their zoning requirements than Davidson. I think they'll have to not only rezone this, but possibly even have to do some conditional stuff, special use permits, where in Davidson County, if we just rezone this to O&I, it's in. And so I think knowing that they're going to be even more regulated through Forsyth County than they will be here, I feel more comfortable that our citizens will have the opportunity to possibly even place more conditions on it through that public hearing process. So I feel like they're probably going to be protected just by the sheer the fact that Forsyth County is pretty arduous with their
But
zoning.
will they really care? Because I mean, they're our citizens, they vote for us, not anybody in Forsyth County.
That's a great
So-
statement, and that's really where, you know, that's the crux of the matter is, you know, the statute says, how do you feel about it? You know, if the board would deny this, it basically means they would go before Forsyth County and do their part, then they'd come down to Davidson County and go through a rezoning, to O&I just for the parking in the front of the building and things like that. You know, we would do the advertisement, our citizens would come into this meeting. What this is trying to do is take the place of instead of having to do two different processes, do it all at one time. Same citizens go, they just go to Forsyth County instead of here, and that's where it's the tough decision on the board is, do you want your citizens, you know, how do you feel that they will feel about the meetings?
But they don't have any representation in Forsyth County.
That's
They
very
have
good statement.
representation
Yes,
here, so.
Yes, sir.
That's just one of my concerns. I don't know what y'all's thoughts are.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, we had a situation like that from High Point going over into, Davidson County for, residential. And we had not very much representation at all from Guilford County. They pretty much did what they wanted to do, and they pretty much told us that they were gonna build so many houses that we couldn't build schools for. So I'm like Todd, I'm a little bit worried that if there's no restrictions on what you folks can use that for, and we don't have any way to supervise it once we pass it, I think that would be a concern of mine as well.
Like I said, the majority of the houses are in our county. I don't see any behind in the rest of the picture. I don't really see any residential homes in that area.
What this is gonna be and just.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. This is Atrium Health has a contract with the state of North Carolina to provide medical research essentially with the medical examiner's office. And so it's medical research, it's through the medical examiner's office of the state of North Carolina. So we anticipate very little impact. There will be some employees that will be working there, maybe as Luke indicated, a few vendor delivery vehicles, maybe once a day at the most, with materials and equipment and so forth. As far as impact on residents and citizens of Davidson County, it's about as low an impact of use. I think it's even lower than perhaps residential use because it's an office essentially, so it's not 24/7. It's regular business hours. The way the statute is structured to address the board's concerns about representation, what we're requesting as per the statute is an agreement to be entered into between Davidson and Forsyth counties. And we would work with your county attorney and develop that agreement for your review. So what we're doing this morning is briefing the board on our request. Perhaps a way to approach this to address, those are very reasonable concerns, I think. Perhaps a way to address this is for us to develop that agreement for your review and provide for as much representation as you all would deem appropriate to make sure that you all as a board, as electeds, and your citizens are adequately represented in all of the process. We want to be completely transparent here. We're not hiding anything. We're a public organization. We're under contract with the state of North Carolina. That's why we're here. We're not hiding anything or trying to rush this. This is a very long-term look at the needs of the state of North Carolina and its people. It's under contract with a state agency, so everything's above board and transparent. But we would develop a very detailed agreement that would be entered into between Davidson and Forsyth counties, and we would be glad to include in that agreement any provisions about representation. We will have as many neighborhood meetings as you all deem appropriate at a location in the area. We're not going to have this in downtown Winston-Salem and make it difficult for people to get there. But the statute invites the counties in this unique circumstance to enter into an agreement to provide for more efficient governing. And essentially, that's what we're requesting, is to allocate just the development part, the rezoning and the regulatory part of this as it's built and so forth to Forsyth County. We would keep Scott and his department involved. We'll keep the board apprised. We will return here as much as you would like to brief the board and others on the progress.
I think what's being asked is for Davidson County to relinquish those rights. And I'm not real comfortable with that based on exactly what Commissioner McClure said. I'm not real comfortable with Davidson County relinquishing those rights. When it can be achieved and Davidson County still be an active party in it, not dependent on what Forsyth County does.
Well, I can appreciate
my
that.
feelings, yeah.
I could appreciate that. We're not talking about a residential development. We're really talking about a specific building, one building where the parking is primarily what's going to be located in Davidson County. Having said that, though, I can well appreciate the concern. We would be very specific in our request for, as I mentioned, property in Forsyth County is already zoned for institutional public use, and that's what this is. And we're just updating the site plan. So it's more of a technical regulatory process that would, we think, be appropriate to be run through Forsyth County. But again, we would keep this board and Scott's department up to date on every single communication.
My statement was not to find fault with your position and what you folks do. It's to me, the responsibility of Forsyth County and responsibility of Davidson County. And why you say it's not a residential, if you look across the street and down the block, it is residential related. And so that's what my concern is. And I think what you're after can be achieved through the correct measures in Davidson County, not relinquish control of Forsyth County. I'm not real happy with that.
You know, if we can do some sort of agreement, and then I'll get to you in a minute there, Adam, if we can do some sort of agreement to where if our citizens have valid concerns about this project, once they find more details, I don't know any more than they do at this point in time, so when they go to these meetings, if they have valid concerns, that we can save our citizens, pretty much is the easiest way to put it. Now, I guess the only thing this is doing in some sort of way is rezoning this RA3 to their type zoning. Is that right, Scott? Also, is that what
Yes.
Forsyth County is going to take care of during this whole hearing process?
My knowledge, yes,
So,
sir.
but as long as we got some sort of wording in our contract that if our citizens have valid concerns, that we can give them representation and stop the zoning of this piece of property. So,
Chairman, am I hearing right that you would prefer having the meetings first, the community meetings first, allow our citizens to have a voice, and then come back if there are no concerns, then the county attorney office may present a resolution with those conditions that y'all might be more in line with, but after the community meetings, is that what I'm?
Where would the community meetings be held?
They have I believe I heard he say there was a church in the neighborhood that they were going to be. I don't know the time or.
Oh, I thought
whatever.
you were talking about a zoning here.
It wouldn't be it's not an official governmental meeting as much as it's a community meeting where Wake Forest Baptist Health would meet with whomever wants to show up and address their concerns, and then out of that meeting, of course, county staff would attend that meeting, and as many commissioners have wished to do so, and we could bring back to the board what the concerns were, if any, and that may help the board decide if our citizens have had a chance to voice their concerns at that meeting or not.
what's everybody's thought process?
I definitely want our citizens to have a say. So if we could do something like that, you know, if that's agreeable to everybody here, I think that would be the best interest.
Did you want to speak, Adam?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the statute where this, you know, the joint zoning would occur, is that it would require us or asks us to adopt an interlocal agreement. So that interlocal agreement will, you know, you put whatever stipulations you want in the interlocal you know, in terms, so it's just like any other agreement, you know, that you would sign, you know, and we can ensure that we're protecting, our citizens.
Well, so I'm okay if Forsyth has this hearing. We just need protection and, like I say, representation there in a way that we can at least, not participate if that's what we wanna do, if we find that it's, is that right? That good? Y'all good with that?
Yes.
I understand where the board
You understand
wants
where
to-
we
yes,
need to be?
Yes, we'll ask them to have the community meeting first, then the staff will attend those meetings. We'll bring back an analysis of that meeting to the Board of Commissioners, asking for whether you would want to go forward with the agreement and resolution at that time. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay. Is that good with you gentlemen there? Y'all seen?
Yes, sir. We are at the board's discretion, so we are respectfully requesting, this interlocal agreement, that we develop that agreement, and we're happy to abide by the board's, direction.
And if I'm hearing this right, we need this agreement, somewhat of this agreement worked out before you even have the public hearing, right?
We would expect to do that, sir.
Right.
That's
So,
right.
yeah, okay, all right.
Thank you all
Thank
for your
you.
time and consideration this morning. We appreciate it.
All right, D, request to increase lake patrol pay.
My TV,
Her screen's out
not
over here.
working. Can you
Yep.
come take a look at it?
Need IT, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Hang on one second, let's see if we can get this, technical issue resolved
No.
here. I think we got some new monitors coming soon.
It doesn't do anything.
Computer, so.
Okay.
If it doesn't come on, I don't think Casey uses his.
Okay, that's all right. Maybe it will.
Maybe
That's it, there it is. Okay, thank you. Magic touch, she's got it. Thank you.
All right, you ready? All right, y'all go ahead.
Yes, sir. So our request is the current rate for the lake is $35 an hour. Our request is to increase that to $45 an hour. I had a conversation with Tim, and with fringes, since it runs through county payroll, the county would deduct $58.53 per hour, to pay for those services, based on our current balance and, the $35,000 a year that, Cube Hydro, Eagle Creek provides us. At 1,000 hours, which is initially what, we discussed, we won't have sufficient funds to cover that past the middle of next year. So Tim pulled some data for me. So it looks like, last year we only used 667 hours, and 22 it was 603. So I think a more realistic number would be 800 hours, and at that number, at $45 an hour, we can sustain that, through, the latter part of 2026. At 800 hours of the year 2026, we would have a negative $467 balance. So in going into 2027, we would have a negative balance. So I think at that point in time, we would have to approach Eagle Creek for an increase in what they provide us to accommodate them with those services. But at 800 hours at $45 an hour, or $58.50 with fringes, my math says we could sustain that through 95% of 2026.
All right, any questions?
So when it says to compete with wages paid for off-duty pay,
So we have several different things offered to deputies for off-duty work. We have companies approach us, want security, so on and so forth. Our current rate for that is $40 an hour, but that does not run through the county, so they're not taxed on it. They don't have to pay Social Security, they don't have to pay the fringes on it up front.
okay.
The lake money runs through the county payroll, so obviously the fringes are deducted. So we're trying to get that as comparable as we can. Also, part of the issue with the lake is it's always weekends. So we're asking someone to give up their weekends. So we'd like to compensate them just a little bit more for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
How much Cube Hydro, is Cube Hydro still, give them $35,000 a year?
Yes, sir. Our current agreement is they provide us with $35,000 a year for those services. So luckily for us, right now we're carrying a positive balance. So what we've collected from them over the years, each year we've had some left over and some left over, which has given us to a good balance right now. So when we add that $35,000 to it, that'll give us the ability to carry this thing through 2026.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just a question. We're contracted through Cube to do 1,000 hours?
No, there is no hourly, there is no, the Cube doesn't say you have to provide this much service. What Cube says is we're going to give you $35,000 to apply to whatever services you can offer us on High Rock Lake. And we try to use that the best we can right now based on the amount of money we have available. We only provide service typically on Fridays. We try to run one person on the accesses and one person in the boat. The negative side of that is we have Pebble Beach, we have Buttle Creek and Wildlife, and then obviously now we're trying to do York Hill. So that one person that's assigned to the accesses is responsible for traveling through all those during the 6 or 8 hour period of time that they're assigned for that, which is difficult. For example, we had an issue at one of the swim areas during Memorial Day where there was in excess of 200 people there. So we tried to handle it, just wasn't working out. So we had to close that access and push everybody out because it was starting to get out of hand. That's extremely difficult for one deputy to do. We had to pull the boat off the lake, and that deputy had to go help that officer without access. And I only anticipate that getting worse as the summer goes on. You know, if we got a couple hundred people at Buttle Creek and a couple hundred people at Pebble Beach, you know, we're going to have to start pulling patrol in to handle that, which negates our responsibilities for all calls for service.
Where did I'm just trying to get everything in my head, the 1,000 hours, where does that come from? Is that just what you've deemed?
That was something that myself and Lieutenant Porter sit down and tried to figure out this year. That would cover every single time frame that we need to cover, and that would give us double coverage. For example, like on the week of the 4th, we would like to have 2 boats and 2 people on accesses for that entire week. Now, obviously, I don't think we're going to be able to cover that, but if we filled every one of those spaces, that 1,000 hours is where we came up to. Now, with history, we've not used, last year we only used 667 hours. The year before that, it was 603 hours. So the 1,000 hours is a perfect case scenario. You got everything covered, no worries. But we haven't done that in ever, I don't think.
So I'm not against this. I'm just asking questions here because I know, you know, usually if somebody wants you to cover something like Cube Hydro is asking you to cover this,
right? They would
pay for that. Have we been back to Cube to see if they would pay for that additional?
So we got a $5,000 increase from Cube Hydro last year. We were also in front of this board last year asking for the rate to be increased from 30 to 35. Another reason for the 45 number is to prevent us from having to come back to the board next year and ask for another increase and another increase. We feel that the 45 number would be sufficient to get us through at least 2025 so that we don't have to approach the board again and make this a continuing issue. We met with Cube Hydro earlier this year. My understanding is they budget 5 years in advance. So if we ask them for another increase, you know, I don't know when we would get it or if we would get it. You know, it's like everything else, you know, $35,000 just doesn't carry a lot of weight. And we're trying to balance that the best we can. And at some point it may come to the point where we have to subsidize some of that with overtime. We're trying to avoid that.
Well, that was going to be one of my questions. Why do we have to do it contract labor? Why come there's not officers scheduled to do lake patrol? Why does it have to be contract labor?
Just the manpower issues, you know, this is a huge county to get it. We're very fortunate to have Cube on board with us to give us what we can. I mean, if we get more manpower, you know, we're stretched as it is.
I thought you was full.
Well, I'm just saying, if you give us more people, you know, I mean, this is a huge county and houses are building every day. You know, I mean, calls for service are going up. You know, I mean, if y'all wanna give us a lake patrol, you know, we'd be happy to to try to fill that, you know, and not use cube.
Now, I was on the lake Memorial Day, I think there was 4 wildlife. I seen 4 wildlife out there. 2, of course, it was Rowan County. Rowan County had 2 boats in the water. So how many did we have, Memorial Day?
Dale, how many lakes do we have on the water?
Myself and one other access, on Monday, we had 2 access officers on the shores themselves. But myself, one other person for 4 hours, and I also had 1 wildlife riding with me, assisting as well. Just on holidays themselves, we normally double up, but throughout the weekends, it's usually 1 person on the boat and 1 person on the access.
So 1 person on all the accesses?
Correct.
So they just ride around from access to access and,
If we have a problem like we did on Pebble Beach, I had to pull off the boat and go down there and assist that as well. It's pretty tough when you have to run from one county to the other.
well, I mean, it sounds like if you got 1 guy covering all these accesses, he's doing more time riding than he is,
And that's correct. You know, it's just unfortunate that what we're trying to do is utilize the funds that we have available to solve a problem that the county doesn't have to pay for, more or less. And I think we're doing a fairly good job of that. But at some point in time, we're gonna have to use this to plan on how to better work this situation, whether it's Cube Hydro provide us with more money, whether we approach the county and ask for a position, whatever the case may be. But, you know, at some point in time, that we're gonna have to address that.
So you don't have any takers at $35 an hour?
Not as many as you have at $45 an hour.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
But, you know,
Move it to,
But you got different jobs, you know, up to $55 an hour for some jobs. They're paying, you know, these private companies for them to come in. That's what we're trying to do, is make it appealing.
so do they pay you the $55 an hour, or do they pay the officer?
They pay the officer and then they do a 1099.
Right.
So there's nothing being taken out of it.
So if it's county off-duty, like, I'll just use for example, the 4th of July at Hughes Park. That's a county function.
That's time and a half. That will be time and a half. But then discuss that with Thomas with Parks and Rec. So that will be time and a half per the county.
Okay.
So like a volleyball rec game at like.
So we don't charge y'all don't charge the county $45 an hour for.
They pay us time and a half.
So that's because we have extra people on site, right? I mean, you supply extra manpower or whatever.
Yeah, we'll post it. Typically, we'll post it and then let whoever's interested in it sign up for it, and then they just on their timesheet they indicate it's, you know, 4 hours on a Saturday for a rec ball game, and then we'll pay them time and a half for that.
If you don't mind me saying this county has grown quite a bit in the past, and I take a census out there at these swimming areas. We have a lot of people coming out of the county, coming to our county, because we are the 2nd largest lake in the state. 261 miles of shore, that's on our side and part of Rowan County as well. And people tend to want to flock where the big water is.
Yeah, Pebble Beach has been full for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you know, obviously the Highway 8 bridge causes problems. I mean, if we had a boat on the lake, you know, you're going to decide, okay, which side of the lake you're going to put it on today.
That's right.
And then if you put it on the, you know, the main body side or the dam side, wildlife side, and you have an incident on the water on the other side, you got to take the boat out, you got to go to another access, you got to unload it. You know, perfect case scenario, we'd have 1 person on each side of the lake. That'd be great. It's just, you know, there's too many things going on, and it's just not feasible right now.
Well, actually, you got 3 sides to the lake.
Well, correct. We do have 3 sides.
You got Abbott's, you got Flat Swamp, and you got the main body of water, so especially with the bridge load. So we had 1 boat in the water on Memorial Day?
Yes.
For 4 hours?
I was actually out there 9 hours.
9 hours?
On Memorial Day.
What's your calls for service out there on the lake?
I think most of the calls for service out there, or most of the activity out there is self-generated.
Self-initiated?
Right. As far as calls we answer, stuff like that, you know, if you want to answer that.
Some of our calls, residents, reference to jet skis getting close to the docks, wake boats getting close to the docks, which wildlife themselves also address those issues along with us as well. That's probably 9% of what we do out there, answer shoreline calls, because residents they'll see us, flag us down, we'll talk with them, we explain to them what they can do, what they can't do.
Did you write any citations on Memorial Day?
Oh, yes, sir.
What kind of citations, if you don't mind?
No wake zones. We do have one officer, the no parking zone, that highway, number 8 bridge. We've had a big issue, which I think we're containing that pretty decent right now with, traffic enforcement out there with our access person.
You know, my expectation is not that you go out there and you're writing everybody a ticket that you see. It's just a presence. Having that presence there, and, you know, we've all been young and done before, but I've been on the lake before. You're out there and you're on a jet ski and you see the sheriff's department come by. Well, you know, hey, I better pay attention. I better watch out. They're right here. So having that presence, just you being out there and being seen, slows everybody down and gives them a second chance to say, you know what, we should behave. So I like that.
You know, and our objective ultimately is not to go out there and write tickets.
That's right.
That's not what we're trying to do.
That's right.
Educating the public
That's
and
right.
being seen, just like you said.
And helping them when they need help, pulling up.
You know, the simple fact that they know we're on the lake, that'll solve 65%
That's
of
right.
the issues right there. You know, the guys that close these no wake zones under the bridges, you know, you typically have a boat sitting on one side or the other.
That's
You can't
right.
be seen till you get through. Not that you stop every watercraft that comes through, but the fact that they don't never know whether you're gonna be sitting on the other side of that bridge or not is a deterrent in itself.
That's right.
And that's what we try to achieve. We don't want anybody to get hurt on the lake. That's the last thing we want.
I'm glad you said that because I'm on the High Rock Lake Association board, and one of their concerns is that I've heard them speak. You know, we got plenty of law enforcement writing tickets out there, but we don't have as many on the accesses checking the boats before they get in the water. You know, instead of hounding our taxpayers and charging them for no life jackets and these tickets, you know, let's educate them on the boat ramps and go, you know, I mean, look at your life jackets, see how many you got.
I'm glad you brought that up. Dale and I have actually discussed doing some courtesy inspections at the
Courtesy inspections, that's what I want our citizens to see.
just prior to,
you know,
some Saturday mornings, whatever, go out there, do a couple hours, do some courtesy inspections. Maybe, we could figure out some kind of sticker to give them, put them like the Coast Guard officer used to do. And if they don't have something, you know, maybe help them get it, maybe tell them where they can get it, you know, maybe have a couple extra fire extinguishers that we, got and have one.
That's right. Check your fire extinguisher.
Just hand them a fire extinguisher and say, hey, man, y'all have a good time. You know,
That's cool, yeah.
we want to be,
I like that.
you know, that's what I as a voter want to see.
Yeah.
You know, guy caught me with a bad fire extinguisher, now he's gonna write me a ticket. You know, we don't want to always be that guy. We want to be the guy that says, hey, I got 5 fire extinguishers.
That's
I'm gonna
right.
give you a good one. Or I've got a throw cushion since you don't have one. You know, that's the kind of relationship we're trying to develop with these people on the lake. Not that we're out there.
but it's never been there. Like I say, I put my boat in at access and it's never there, you
It
know.
hasn't. And
Never
that's something that we have discussed, this year, was about trying to figure out how to do that. And one of our questions was, and we didn't have an answer to, was if we could utilize some of these funds that ALCO provides to buy 5 or 10 fire extinguishers, or buy 5 or 10 throw cushions, and have some decals made that says courtesy inspection, Davidson County Sheriff's Office, Lake Patrol. You know, that way if, you know, the deputy's working Saturday and he gives you a courtesy inspection, no deputy's working Sunday, and you pass him and he sees that sticker on your windshield of your boat, he knows that, you know, we've already checked you and he doesn't have to do a courtesy on it. You know, it's, just some of these ideas that we're putting together trying to, you know, bring us closer to the community.
So see, instead of me moving you pay up to 45, I'd rather you take some of that $10 an hour and buy some of these life jackets and some of these fire extinguishers and do that.
Well, I think that we can do both. I don't think that would be an issue, and I think they're both important. You know, and obviously with the support of the commissioners, I think we can accomplish both.
Because like I say, I see the wildlife. I think there's either 2 or 3 of them out there. I can't remember.
We have 2 on this side and 2 on Wayne County side.
Okay, I seen 3 of them the other day.
There's the same schedule.
Well, they all come in and ate lunch at the same time. There was 3 of them, 3 boats that come in and ate lunch.
Yeah, we got to eat, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
We don't get this bigger by
They was at Tamarack's the reason I was over at Tamarack, and they pulled in and ate or whatever. But all of them had their ticket books, so they writing plenty of tickets, I'm sure, you know.
you know.
And again, some people deserve tickets on the lake, but again, when a family's out there and they just short one life jacket and they gotta pay $120 fine for one life jacket short, I'd rather catch them on the shoreline and tell them that, and they need to go get one, or,
You know, you catch a juvenile with no boat certificate on a jet ski, you know, not necessarily you need to go write them a ticket, but you need to go back to their house and talk to their parents and say, remind them of what the law is, and say, you know, they probably need to get a boat certificate before they go back out on the ski. You know, that goes a long way, rather than a kid coming home with a, you know, a citation, or you write mom and daddy ticket. There's a place and time for all that. So we're just trying to do the best we can to get along with the community.
okay, what's the board's privy on this?
I don't mind giving them the money, but I'd like to see a lot more on the water. I'm out there
Right.
all the time. And Dale, I've seen you many times where we put our boat in, you know, going in and out. But I think we need a bigger presence out there on that water, especially during, you know, stuff. And I'd like to see what we're talking about, the educational piece, because I think that's a big thing, so.
And I know that Alcoa, or not Alcoa anymore, Cube Hydro Eagle Creek has a safety event scheduled for, is it this
I think
Saturday?
it's this Saturday.
This Saturday at, is it still at Buttle Creek?
It's like a meet and greet with Alcoa himself. Wildlife will probably be there as well.
So what they'll do is they typically give, you know, kids and people will show up and they'll look at, like, the fire truck will be there, or wildlife's boat will be there, you know, to be something to get families. And what Cube Hydro does is offer some life jackets to kids that don't have any, or if you want to come, they'll just give kids life jackets. It's kind of the kickoff for the, you know, to check the kid safety stuff, make sure your kid wears a life jacket, here's some rules on what age limits they have to be, stuff like, we're always there to support all that too, so.
I do want to say one thing, before we move on. I totally see where you're getting, because, you know, doing this is a whole lot more work involved than just getting $50 and working at a ball game where you're standing there. This, you gotta pull the boat, unload the boat. Actually, there's a lot of physical labor, and, you know, if I was one of those guys and I can get $50 standing at a ball game, or I'm gonna get $35 and have to pull the boat and get all through that stuff, I ain't never working lake patrol. I'm gonna do this other stuff, because it ain't worth my time or effort. So I see where you're coming with there, and I'm like, you know, Commissioner Yates, Commissioner Shores, and everybody else that's shaking their head. I think, you know, getting those stickers out and doing that stuff, that's next level. Man, that's where it's at. But you can't do it unless you got people on the lake.
And I think you know, I commend them for what they've done, and what they do. You know, there is sheriff's office that has full-time lake patrol, and there would be more numbers out there. If you guys want to talk about that.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about that. I think there's enough presence out there already myself, so me and James
We'd be happy.
We're a little different on that one, because like I say, I mean, that's all I seen was blue lights out there the other day on Memorial Day. There was 5 patrol boats out there, so. And like I say, that's some of the feelings of the association too. They want people to enjoy the lake, not be flagged down with tickets every day.
Exactly,
you know, so.
and we want to, you know, and I think we do a good job at that, you know, as complaints come or whatever. It's like, you know, fishing off the bridge out there. We get the complaints out there. We're going to, you know, with our citizens, we're going to listen to them and do what we can to stop it.
Now, one quick question I do have for Casey. Casey, does our workman's comp and all not cover them while they out on the lake doing contract labor?
It should.
Yeah, so I'm saying we're furnishing the insurance on them.
It should.
While they out there, so that's a cost that an independent contractor wouldn't have if they was subbing. You understand what I'm saying there? So if they get hurt, we're still paying the insurance bill. If they're working for somebody else under contract, they're not on our insurance. So there's a difference.
And anything we do, where we're at, we're presence. You know, we are a presence. It's all in the county, what we work. So, yeah, and other than I think we assisted at the Cheerwine Festival a few weeks ago, at the request of the sheriff's office there for some issues, but several agencies go there to help them, and we're under there. But the rest of the things is making our county stronger, making our county look better, and that's what we're here to do.
So what I'm saying is $45 an hour, and us furnishing the insurance on them is a little pricey.
It is high. It is.
That's a cost these other folks, and I don't know if y'all have thought about that or not, but that's something they're not furnishing.
And it's something we we'll negotiate with Cube, you know, but for now, I'd like to get them, and it's funded by them, and I think we've worked it out. If you do see to give us $45 an hour, I think we can work it out to about 2026, and we'll follow that. You know, if we have to back up, we'll back up.
But you're
But
saying
as
they
long
only
as
give
it's
you,
paid
they only give you 35,000, right?
Correct.
But you're gonna need 58,000.
So, right, so right now we have once we get the $35,000 deposit, we may already have, our lake balance will be $69,932. So if we use, say the $58.50 an hour, 800 hours, that'll be $46,800. At the end of 2024, if we use that, we'll have a balance of $23,132, which will carry over to 2025. Add 35 to that, that'll give us a $58,132 for a beginning balance of 2025. Deduct the $46,800.
But you're spending 58.5 and you're only getting 35, so.
Correct. So what I'm saying is we have enough right now overage to carry that until 2026, before we'll have to have some more money.
Okay.
And that's at the $58.50 an hour, which is with 30% fringes.
And I'll do what the board wants, but I'm good with the 35 an hour, because we furnishing the insurance and, the overhead, but,
If you-
what y'all wanna do.
Yeah.
So you're getting a service there, you know, so it is part of what the county does, is serve our people on the lake. So, you know, it is.
I would consider 40.
Yeah, I was gonna say, split the difference.
That's what you're after anyway, isn't it?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Chair, we would be glad to entertain whatever the board has to
Yeah,
offer.
I know.
You know, if you guys wanna consider, from 45 to 40, then we'll obviously, we'll listen to that.
You may have to listen to it again next year. That's just
And
my
that's up to
feeling.
y'all. I know what I pay my employees, and 35 grand an hour, and I try to pay them as good as I can, and,
35 grand an hour, I'm coming
I
to
mean,
work. I was about to say.
$35 an hour, you know what I'm saying?
I know.
That's good money.
It is, yeah.
And, you know, I get it, it's contract labor, but we furnishing the insurance on you guys too, so. And I get it, I hope you don't get hurt, but climbing in and out of a boat, you slip, whatever, that's on the county, where we don't have that responsibility if you're over here working the fair or whatever you're doing, charging them. It's on their insurance, I would guess, if you contract it out to them, so.
But if we do it, if we stay at 35 and, you know, you retire and we don't have anybody else to do it, then our patrol on the lake goes away. If we can't get anybody to do it, so, I mean, I could go to 40. Yeah.
The problem with 35 is that most everybody's time and a half rate exceeds that.
Yeah.
So most counties around us, I mean, precise up to like 75 now, an hour. I mean, it's a going rate. Law enforcement, the the dangers and everything else you put up with, it's worth money for our guys to be out there. You know, it's worth their time.
Okay, there's no air conditioning on the boat. In the summer, it's hot. Anybody that's been out there knows. And that's not anywhere anybody really, really wants to be.
No.
When you can pay them to sit in a patrol car and babysit a parking lot somewhere for about the same amount of money.
That's right.
I tell you, I'd rather be in the boat than I had a car, but that's just me, so. But anyhow, what's the board want to do? We can roll on with this one. We've got a lot of other stuff. Go ahead and make.
One question. Was there any feedback from any of the officers you've talked to in terms of who would be open to doing this sort of lake patrol coverage at the 45, or was that more of just a competitive fee that you kind of researched and you saw what the competition was doing, or did you have actual feedback from officers?
Got it from both. I mean, we looked at what everybody else is getting, you know, and then we also speak with our people, and it is who we can get signed up. If you can't get people to sign up for it, you know, it's a voluntary program. It's overtime for them.
Right. And the other thing too is, I mean, these, you know, obviously officers work so many hours, do so much, and now we're saying, you know, we want them to volunteer for this lake coverage. I'm fine with doing the recommended 45 incentive if we think that will increase coverage, and then increase maximize the safety on the lake. I mean, that seems, and if it avoids this conversation happening next year, and we can, revisit in 2026, it makes sense to me. But
And I think that this rate will prevent us from having to approach the board again, at least until potentially 2026. That's our objective, is trying to avoid coming back every year, because inflation, cost of this, cost of that, it does take, not just anybody can operate a boat. We can't just let anybody that wants to sign up, stick them on a boat and expect them to run around. Even there's places in High Rock, if you don't know where you're going or what you're doing, you can get in trouble. Wildlife runs these folks through a short safety course. They're evaluated before they're authorized to use the boat. So there is some extra things going on for the people operating the boats. Now, the access is not so much. We even considered approaching you and offering two rates, one for the boat and one for the access, but we felt like that may get complicated. So we're trying to keep it as clean and neat as we can by just suggesting one rate.
yeah, and then my hope, just what the chairman and vice chairman were talking about with some of the other activities that could be going on, like if we do see that kind of uptick in patrols, like an officers volunteering, then I would want to see some of those activities taking place as well.
Yeah, any given time, you can have you have a series of high school football games going on. You can have a rec game on the West Center Street campus, and then we can have some other kind of security detail going on a Saturday, or a bike ride where we need intersections covered. Whatever the case is, we've got to figure out, in the limited amount of deputies we have, to cover all of that extra duty. So if all these rates are higher, then everybody's going to flock over here, and you're going to have nobody on the lake. So we have to try to keep it consistent.
All right, somebody give me a motion, let's roll on. We got a lot of stuff to
I'll
take
make a
care of
motion
today.
that we approve it at the $45 an hour.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. All right, thank you.
Yes,
Thank y'all so much.
All right. So I guess that was only one opposition.
That's what I got, sir.
Nobody else opposed?
It was kind of a light vote here, I think.
Yeah, I didn't hear some.
That's what happens when you have
Yeah.
voice vote.
All right, Casey.
Mr. Chairman,
budget
does anybody need
work
a
session.
break? I didn't know if the board needed a break. Y'all been sitting.
I'd say roll on. Y'all good?
Ready to roll on?
I got rolling anything.
You good to me, Drew, but, yeah, we need to get rolling.
A handful of changes for the budget from the proposed that I kind of bring forth every year at this time. But before I do that, Michael wants to address the board about a piece from his side of it, from what we put in the proposed, and I'll hand out my stuff here.
All right, Michael, come on up. How are you?
Oh, good.
I don't like coming before the board, and I wanted to work things out, and I still would like to work things out. In August of last year, I was speaking with Tony Deal in HR, and he found out that my pay scale was screwed up. And so at that time, we approached the county manager's office and sat down with Jason and everything, and we discussed it, and he's like, yeah, he said, this needs to be fixed. He said, but would you do me a favor and we're in the new budget year, will you wait till next budget year, and we'll reset everything, and we'll fix it and make it right in next year's budget. And I'm like, well, it's been screwed up this long, I guess I can wait. So I waited. Within 80 days following, or during the 80 days following when I agreed to wait, there were several across the county departments that either were adding staff. Actually, there were 4 staff members added and 12 reclassified after I had agreed to wait and not address the problem of my people that was brought to me by HR that it was messed up. So, after seeing that, I spoke with an individual and they asked me the question, do you have a career ladder? I said, well, no, sir, not really, or whatever. And he said, Michael, you need to develop a career ladder and get it presented. I said, okay, I'll do that. Well, Commissioners, not only did I create a career ladder, but I did a lot of research in looking at other registrars' offices and the structure and everything of those other offices. I put together the career ladder, and it took me about 2 weeks to completely update and revamp every single job description for my office. That has not been done in a very long time. Wasn't no need to do it in the past, but as we move into the future, as we move into the electronic age, as things change in county government, then we as departments have more control or more liability over budgeting and supervision and everything else. As you know, I had to come whenever Miss Mobley retired. She was a Deputy 1, and I asked that position be changed to a Deputy 2 because I wanted people to be able to do everything in the office. And so that's what we did. And I had asked for 2 positions some time ago, a couple years ago, and I agreed. We got 1, and that's fine. I'm satisfied with that. So I present my budget, and we'll discuss it. Well, we didn't discuss it. And Tony Dill and I were supposed to go over it. And Tony sent me an email, and he said the county manager's already decided on what we're going to do. I don't know anything about it. So I speak with Jason, and Jason tells me, yes, what we've decided is we're going to do away with the Deputy 1, Deputy 2, Deputy 3. We're going to just make it a deputy is a deputy is a deputy. I'm like, well, that's not good. That's not going to work. I don't mind a deputy being a deputy, but you can't take away my rank structure. Well, we can look at that. Literally, as I stand before you right now, Commissioners, my assistant took a vacation day. Her grandson's graduating, so she's there. I'm standing before you. Now, I know who's in charge at my office because I direct them. But you cannot have people in charge. You can't have a tribe of Indians and nobody wearing feathers. Someone's got to be responsible. Someone's got to be the go-to. Someone's got to be the person. Now, as it says in your proposal that none of the surrounding counties have Deputy 1, 2, or 3, or what have you. That is a true statement. The surrounding counties don't. But what they do have is deputies, senior deputies, deputy assistants, assistant deputies, assistant managers, directors. They have rank structure. And every single department in this county has rank structure. So if I'm trying to develop a career ladder to make more structure, to make it so that we have something that longevity that employees can work toward and for, why would we take it away? Why would we backstep? We're going backwards. We're going all the way back to Ronnie Callicutt probably, or before him. And that's just not feasible. Now, you're going to ask, well, what would the changes be or what have you in the proposed career ladder that I presented? The current proposal that the county manager has lists that it is a 6.9% increase in the personnel funding, and I'm here to tell you, I'm thankful. I've met with a couple, or not met, but spoke with several commissioners. I've told the county manager's office, hey, I'm thankful. I mean, getting my people's pay up, when you can say that a starting position is just under Guilford County, that's fine. But when you compare my assistant, who has almost 40 years of service, to an assistant in Guilford County, you're comparing her to somebody that might have 3 years of service. The person who is the assistant to the register in Guilford County is called the director. And she makes $97,000 a year. So I don't think that we want to be comparing ourselves to Guilford County unless we want to come off a whole lot of money. Okay? If you go down to Union County, they have Deputy 1, Deputy 2, Deputy 3, Assistant 1, Assistant 2, Assistant 3. And I sent you emails. You see where all the other surrounding counties and what the rank structure is. The difference, if we go halfway or whatever in the proposed budget, it would go from 6.9% to 7.98%, which is a 1.08% difference. Even if I included myself, because people that were at the same level as I have moved up in the past. I can stand here and say that, you know, I have my certification, I've done this, I've done that. Don't get me wrong, anyone likes to be, you know, rewarded per se for their hard work and effort. I as well as anybody. But I don't have a problem, I have staff problem. Those ladies depend on me, they depend on leadership, they depend on this county to pay their bills, to feed their families, to do everything. And if you look across the county at the retention, I have 0 turnover. Half my turnovers wouldn't have been there if their husbands hadn't have got shot or they moved away or whatever. I pride myself on the ability to lead that office. That's one thing I can do. So I'm asking that today, as you vote on a budget, that you just table my part for the Register of Deeds until we can revisit it between the county manager, Casey Smith, and I. That's all I'm asking, is that either table it or let's change it, because it's not right, it's not fair for me to keep my word to wait a year to help my employees, and during that time, after it's all said, all these other departments change. And and I know it's said, we don't want everybody, because everybody's going to jump on the wagon. Well, if he can do it, they can do it. I understand. But we go back to the root of the problem, and our HR director was the one that started the conversation and said, you're all screwed up. Your pay scale is off. And then, at the advice of a commissioner, he said, create a pay scale. Create a career ladder. Present a career ladder. So I do that. And then after it gets presented, it gets just literally not denied, but chopped off. I'm just asking you to table my part until we can come to a resolution and, you know that I don't come before you asking. I haven't been here asking for money. Not one time. Never. I've asked for people. I've asked for software changes. I've showed you where we're doing restoration. But most of everything I've ever done in my office has come from the preservation fund. It was just the amount that needed your approval. So I'm just asking you to table my part until something can be resolved.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, has anybody got any questions?
I do.
Hang on. You from Michael or who?
No.
Okay.
As related to this. We look at this, Casey. EMS, the sheriff wants to promote somebody from officer to sergeant. There's career ladders there. We have it all the time. A lot of times it's presented on our consent agenda. The Register of Deeds is another elected position. He should be allowed to run his office. I understand we're in charge of the budget, but I'm in total favor of tabling this so Mike, Casey, Jason, Tony, whoever can sit down and work this out in a way. We don't even know what the increases that Mike's talking, know about the percentages, but the actual dollar increases that he's even asking for. But he has a right to create a career ladder. We have them in almost all of our departments, except that one. And we need to have that. He needs to have the ability to have that. And I just think it needs to be tabled, and y'all sit down again, let's work this out.
Well, let me go to Casey and get his response to that before, so
You got
Casey.
something I wanna hand out.
See, that's where I was going first.
If I can, please.
I don't know if you want to answer for Mr. Deal too. I don't know what kind of conversation.
Tony's
I'd like.
not sure where Tony's is this morning, but I'll.
He's back there.
That is a question, because when you say it's all screwed up, okay, what does that mean?
Well, I guess Tony will answer that for us.
But before you do that, Tony, let me walk through this, because this may answer a lot of questions. So this sheet looks kind of complex. I'm standing up, I'm sorry, so I'm about to freeze. I don't know if the rest of y'all are cold.
Do you want to give Mr. Horn one of these?
Yeah, sure. If there's extras there, Commissioner Elliott, you can pass that around.
Give
So I did ask Tony to take a look at this, early on in the process, and then had Tim make this sheet for me. And let me show you. Let me walk slowly through what you're looking at, because it looks like a lot of gobbledygook, I know, but once you understand what you're staring at, you may see what I saw, and may help answer Michael's question as to why I chose. Now, you gotta remember, Commissioner Shell, the manager's proposed budget is exactly that. It's the manager's proposed budget. So it's my presentation to you all of what I feel like I can vouch for, right? And so when I saw this sheet, at first I didn't think much about it. I thought, well, grades are off, we go look at them and et cetera. But then when I saw this sheet, so what you're staring at is job classes down the left-hand side. And in the green, you've got if you have a number in there, these are minimums now. These are not actual pays. So these are starting pays. I call it minimums, but let's just say starting pays. You have what we currently are, and I'll explain the dark colored box in just a few minutes. So we have an assistant register of deeds. As Michael alluded to, we have a register of deeds 2, we have a register of deeds 3, and then, of course, Michael. If you move to and that cost, the net at the bottom in the gray, there'll be COLAs, but that's already in the budget, right? Move over to the right-hand side, Michael's request.
Hang on a second,
Yes,
so I
sir.
can ask questions, and maybe everybody else is following you just fine. So on the left-hand side of the current now, there's actually four steps in this ladder, correct? Is that what I'm reading
Well, I'm just
here?
going column by column, so right now.
But I'm saying in Davidson, in the current.
Yeah, there's only 4, right.
Four
There's
steps
4.
in this ladder
Right,
now,
right,
okay?
right.
How many
For
people do you have?
8 people.
The proposal is 4. The current is deputy 2, deputy 3, and assistant and me, so.
So there's 4, okay.
8 people work over there in 4 different job
4
classes.
steps, okay.
If you move to the middle column, Michael's request would increase from where we're sitting today another $31,000. It adds another layer to it, so we end up with 5. And what I want you to notice is the Deputy Register Deeds 2 and Register Deeds 3, you see numbers in the current way we are now and the request, but you notice you don't see any numbers in the other counties. They don't have those positions. They all have a Deputy Register Deeds. You notice you see a number in every one of the county's columns for those. If you move over to the proposed, that's kind of what I was trying to mimic. I realized the pay was off, and I told Michael that earlier. I said, I think we do got a little bit of an issue here. But if you take your eyes, and that's why I colored those 2 right there darker, the average of those 2 is about 38. And so I said, if we've got a 2 and a 3, And everybody else has a deputy register of deeds that starts at, and you can see your eyes across there, Forsyth's 37, he's right, Guilford's at 40, 37 for Randolph, 37. You see with your eyes, I thought, well, what we're paying now, we have a low end of 34, right? A starting one that's 34, and we've got a better one at 41, but the average of those two is about 38. What if I made one of right around the average? Our pay grade, next best pay grade is 39 something. So I said, if we make our starting in at 39, then we go from like second worst on the page, starting pay, to second best behind Guilford for that job class, right? And it doesn't create all these layers, and it mimics a little bit better. You can see Randolph has three job classes. Rowan does have 4, and he's right. They have a senior assistant register of deeds. We have an assistant register of deeds. So I didn't quite understand, for 8 people, why do we need all those different layers? And so I felt comfortable in the budget that you received. These people would get an increase, obviously, with the COLA compounded on top of it, going into that middle column. And then I went ahead and adjusted the assistant register of deeds as well. And that one also takes care of that one in the sense of it becomes kind of second worst to second best on the page. Every county doesn't appear to have one of those. Most of them do, as you can see. Some people have, like Forsyth does have a delineation between that job, or an assistant register of deeds 1 and 2, so they don't have the blanket column. But to answer everybody's questions, I felt more better about vouching for that piece. The changes you're about to get in a minute just puts it back the way it was. So it actually does what Michael's asking for here this morning. And he and I can continue to talk about it, but it looked more, I felt more comfortable vouching for this piece of it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may as well, to Commissioner Watford's question, and I'll speak a little bit, and Tony can correct me if I'm wrong here, but part of the issue, to Casey's point too, part of this issue was the difference, or what was quote-unquote screwed up. What was the difference between the Register of Deeds 2 and the Register of Deeds 3. There's a 4 pay grade jump between those 2 pay grades. Everything else has 2 pay grades. So that was looking at that going, and part of Michael's request was to propose to move it to a 64, which would line it up. To Casey's point, looking at this was flattening it down. Everybody's a deputy register of deeds, brings everything up. And that, as like he's saying, is cutting down the different amount of layers.
Well, it closes the gap. It closes the gap between the register. I was going to move it to a 65. That's why those middle ones got a bigger bump. But then it closes the gap between Terry and them, and the gap between, by moving Terry up a little bit more, it closes the gap between Terry and Michael. So the layers between them has gotten a little bit too far out. And I couldn't fix them all in one shot, just continue to compress down, but I got them a little bit better. The starting pay is better.
The only issue that I have is by North Carolina general statute. The register nor his employees are considered county employees. The fact that Mr. Horn is here today, Honorable Register of Deeds, is here even abiding by our personnel policies, is only because he has chose to do so. He doesn't have to abide by our personnel resolution by general statute, our pay grades by general statute, or anything. All he has to do is come with his pay grade, how he decides to do it, present it to the board, and then we make the decision. So I kind of get what Commissioner Shell's talking about, as, we tend to forget, because he is in the structure, that Mr. Horn is an elected official, and we ought to treat his office as such. He's playing nice enough to be a part of our personnel resolution and to kind of play by our rules. So to give him the opportunity to have a say in even a structure that we might not agree with is something that he deserves by being voted in by the people.
Well, you guys are in charge of the job classes, not them.
Yeah.
I mean, he can
he can do whatever he wants.
No, he can't do job classes, and he can't create positions, and he can't do funding. Those are all
He can suggest it.
He can suggest it,
That's
correct.
right. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. If you look at where we are now and where he was requesting, that when I saw this paper, I was like, well, that's just adding more layers to this for 8 basically, we got 5 job classes for 8 people. And I just wasn't comfortable recommending that. Now, that's not offense to his request or his ideas. It's just, this was my budget proposal to you is my vouching for it, and I felt better with the proposed column. But if it's not something he wishes, we'll put it back to the current.
Reapproach.
It does not matter what you call a person. It doesn't matter. As a deputy, well, when I started with the sheriff's office, I started out as a jailer. Okay. And then I became a deputy, and then a corporal, and then a sergeant, and then I became a state investigator. My career has slowly moved up. If people in positions in any department we have, even if we really sat down and wanted to argue this, okay, I can pull out the job descriptions, which I've done with other folks, to make a comparison. In my mind, I have a very legitimate argument. The problem we have is that people do not understand the liability that falls on the Register of Deeds to make sure we do it right. Because I can promise you this, if a librarian, and I hate to point fingers, but if a librarian puts a book back on the wrong shelf, Davidson County is not going to get sued. But every single day, just like the deputies you're speaking of, who's carrying guns, driving cars, arresting people, writing tickets, every single day my people are processing hundreds of documents, and there is no room for error. Zero. They're not just a clerk. But yet on top of that, we've got to know what's going on with the Secretary of State for the notary filings. We've got to know what's going on with vital records, the Department of Health and Human Services. We work with the Health Department closely. The Register of Deeds we have to have a rapport with the county manager, the county attorney, the county commissioners, the IT people.
Mr. Horn, I just want to stop you 1 minute. You made an issue of a clerk. I know you didn't mean it derogatory, but clerks are awesome. We've got the best one in the state of North Carolina. I know you didn't mean it like that, as being they're not just clerks, but, you know, I get what you're saying.
I meant secretaries.
Gotcha.
Poor choice of words, but secretarial, clerical. But anyway. No offense, it's clerical.
Yeah,
but anyway,
everybody's got a job to do. And
everybody's got a job to do, but what we
Yeah.
have to have is we have to have structure. Without structure, you don't have anything. But, Casey, I just want to bring to your attention, and I emailed the commissioners this, okay? If you look at Iredell County, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Iredell County has 8 people. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 positions. Catawba County, they have 4 different levels, but they've got 2 assistants, 4 senior deputies, and 3 deputy register of deeds. Rowan County, 1 senior, 4 assistants, and 4 deputies. I can't even play with that one. But Forsyth County, they've got an assistant register of deeds 2, assistant register of deeds 1. They've got 2 2s, 4 1s, and 14 deputies. And I understand Forsyth County just has deputies, but they also have levels above that. And different levels like an assistant 1, assistant 2, assistant whatever. In Guilford County, they've got the deputy director, the assistant register of deeds manager, 2 of those, 3 assistant register of deeds, 20 deputy register of deeds, and an IT analyst. They have structure. Every one of these other registers of deeds, if we're going to compare, I've had the words apple to apples. If you're going to compare, then you know, let's understand that it doesn't matter what you call it, there's still structure. There's a career ladder. And while we're making this career ladder or whatever, what my point was, let's get it right. Let's fix it while it's broke, and it won't be an issue in the future at all. I'm sorry that we're having to take up your time, to be honest with you, commissioners, but, you know, I'm kind of passionate about this thing.
Mr. Horn, I got a question about structure. When I look at this on the left side, and it says Assistant Register of Deeds, 1, 2, 3. That seems like structure. Then we've got your position, and we have, an Assistant Register of Deeds number 2 manager. Are you saying you want that manager portion as a director position and to have the structure 1, 2?
You're talking about Guilford County?
Not the position on this. It says right now, we have a.
Okay, what, yes, sir, what?
Let's clarify this now, okay?
Yes, sir.
So we can roll on through this. Assistant Register of Deeds, we got one position there, and then you got a 1.
Yeah.
A 2 and a 3.
Yeah.
And then you had the Register of Deeds.
So that's a higher.
Right, I mean, that looks like a ladder to me already, so, I mean, unless I'm missing something.
No, we don't have a deputy
No,
one.
Michael's not asking for, this is where let me help you here.
Okay.
He's not asking for all that layers in the assistant piece. This is all everywhere you got a number is a different type of job in these counties. So he's asking for the middle column there, the request, the senior assistant, it is a senior assistant register of deeds, and then the deputy register of deeds. But leave like we've already got it, the register of deeds 2, 3,
gotcha.
like we already have it. So if there's a number there, that's the type of position he's asking for.
Essentially, what it breaks down to is currently, I have a deputy register of deeds position, a deputy 2 is a deputy 2. There's one deputy 3, then the assistant, and then me.
10-4.
I'm asking for one deputy 2 position to be reclassified to a deputy assistant. And answering your question, Commissioner Elliott, yes, that would be a manager position, a part of the executive staff. So the pecking order would be the registrar, the assistant, the deputy assistant, a deputy 3, and everybody else deputy 2, or just a deputy. You can take 2 away if you want to. You can make that deputy 3 a senior deputy. You can call it the peanut butter pals. I don't care what you call it.
Well, why don't you just move that person up to a 3? They're not ready for 3 yet? I'm sorry, I don't know that I understand. Instead of bringing another name in as an assistant, why don't you just make them a 3 if they're ready for promotion?
There's not another 3 position, and if I want to make a specific pecking order. And when I'm absent and my assistant is absent, you have someone that is absolute by title, by pay, by the whole grade, by everything. They are the 3rd level. They're the one in charge.
But so does that change their salary?
It would be a pay grade change. So essentially what my proposal was is that
So that's a good point. I mean, you can give them a position without giving them more money if you want a pecking order.
And Michael can correct me if I'm wrong, the deputy assistant register of deeds, which is what he's referring to, would be the one under basically the senior assistant register of deeds, which is directly below him. That one would go up to, I believe, a 68 is the pay grade.
That's correct.
So it would go from a 60, if they're a register of deeds 2, they go from a 62 to a 68 currently, as it is.
62 to a 68?
Currently.
Yes, currently.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Well, that's one person that's here that is going to be here. It's no different than the sheriff hiring somebody and making them captain out the gate. So
but
it
sounds like to me that it's not going like this, you know.
No, you're missing
going like this.
You're missing the rungs.
Okay.
This is creating a career ladder, commissioners. This is making something that hadn't been. It's a career ladder.
But it also changes a lot of the salaries at the same time.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
May I say something, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I agree with Commissioner Shell in the respect that we have created career ladders for many departments here. The fire marshal's office was I think the latest one that we created a career ladder for. I think career ladder makes some things easier and whatnot. And I believe, if I'm understanding both what the manager is saying and what the Register of Deeds is saying, is out of the overall budget, there would only be a 1% difference. Is that correct, Casey?
The dollar amount difference is on that gray line there. What's in there now is added another 15,770. It just doubles if you do it his way.
Is that a 1%, 2%, 5%?
I don't know. It's 15,000 of about a.
Is that a 15,000 one-person increase?
No, that's cumulative amongst all those folks in there.
Well, but you've already, in your budget, you've already raised everybody's salary up to be competitive, right?
Yeah.
So he's only asking for one person to be elevated. Am I wrong, Mike?
Unless you wanted to bless me with what I originally asked for.
I don't think we're talking about a $15,000 wage increase.
Even
what would you imagine that would be, Mike? Just off the top, how much additional increase are you actually talking about?
The current budget line, for the proposed 2025 on your thing, 623,120, correct, Casey?
I think so.
Okay. With the changes of the one position, it should, if I'm correct now, it should bring it up somewhere between, to 629,351, which is, an increase of 1.08%.
That position, how much are we talking about?
Just $3,000, is that what it is?
It's about 4,000. That's going from where they are to where they would be. The bottom line is.
Come up here for a minute, Tim. Help me with the rest of
it. If I get the reclassification, it would be at the starting pay for the pay grade 68. Now, in order to fix everybody, this was the county manager's proposal that he was going to move them up from a 62 to a 65. It doesn't matter if it's a 62 to a 64 or 62 to 65, it's still only going to be 5% because all of them's been there, longevity, so it would just be 5%. The only person, my assistant, if we move her all the way up to a pay grade 71, she still would only get the 5%. It does not change the amount any. The only amount that's going to change is if we do the pay grade 68 on the deputy assistant. They would have to start out at the starting pay, and I think it's
the rest of them's these.
$4,000
people that's in these
difference, something like that, beyond what it originally was.
Mr. Chairman, that's what I was thinking, and we kept talking big numbers instead of breaking it down to what our budget, what our county manager had already proposed, and what the difference is in elevating that one position. And it wasn't 15,000.
Even if I change this, commissioners, please understand. Even if I change this and changed my pay grade up a notch with a 5%, it still wouldn't be any more than the total change, 8.7%, which we're at 6.9 in his proposal. It wouldn't be any more 8.7%, which it's I don't have that dollar amount wrote down. It's not.
It's your question. The other piece of the change is you've got folks in this register of deeds 2. You see the difference between going from 34,477 to 37,913. There's a handful of positions or folks in there. They got to go up as well. So if you move a pay grade per our personnel resolution, that's actually 2 pay grades. They go to the minimum of the new pay grade. And of course, his request had his changing as well. So when you factor those together with Terry, there's your whole difference of 15,000. Right.
When I had my budget meeting, commissioners, I just want you to know this one thing. And like I say, we're going to talk about this and settle it or something, or we'll come back and visit it as soon as you get the new budget, and here we go again. But I just want you to know that when I sat down with Jason in the budget meeting, in case he could not be there that day, he was in Thomasville at the water leak or something at the school, okay? But we should have met later on. However, Jason, you know, in that meeting, I let him know that I would be a fool to not ask in a restructure, to not even ask for myself. But my assistant, Terry, she pushed me to, Michael, you do it. But I told him in the meeting, I said, listen, I want my people took care of whether I am or not. My people are very, very important to me. And that's why they stay employed with Davidson County. Because of the leadership. It's not because they're getting rich. Okay? No offense, but I'm telling you, the reason that I have longevity and zero turnover is because of the leadership.
Can I ask Casey a question?
Yes, sir.
Casey, if we went with what your structure was and factored in, now in your structure, he gets a raise and everybody under him gets a raise, correct?
He don't get a
No,
raise.
I left his alone, no.
Okay, well, it may be something you need to revisit. Well, he will get the COLA and the,
Right,
and the
right,
okay.
right.
But if we went with your plan and the additional 4,000 for the position that he's looking to elevate,
It's 1.08%.
I think we can live with that, couldn't we?
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
give him his career ladder.
The dollars piece of this don't bother me. It's just a simple fact of I just didn't want to take having 4 job classes and then make 5.
Yeah.
And especially when I saw the other counties, you know, if you look across there with your eyes, there are some that have 4, but you know, they all got that deputy register of deeds. And that's what caught my eye, you know, and we don't. And so I thought, well, let's just take everybody, not Michael and Terry, and move them up to that grade, or actually 2 grades, I think.
3.
And say that gets a start and pay up higher. So if he ever does lose anybody, he's got the ability to recruit better.
Gonna be only county be above you would be Guilford.
Right, that's why I felt I was targeting more
math.
the salary piece of it. And I think Michael's portion of this, he wants the ladder piece, right? He wants the ability if somebody is a senior type person, et cetera. I mean, but the problem was I didn't see as much of that in some of these other job classes. So, you know, that was again how I arrived at my decision.
But if we went with your plan, what your plan is, factored in the additional position that he's trying to elevate there for career ladder, we're looking at a $4,000 addition to what your plan is around that. Am I correct?
I don't know. I think so. But I wouldn't want to do my plan if he don't want to do it.
Well,
So
that's what I said.
I'd rather
some communication there.
I'd rather
So
have
good, solid
a different way. Now, as I look at this across the right-hand side, I notice Guilford is just like us, what I proposed, except for one caveat. They have an assistant register of deeds 2 position.
Yeah.
So that gives the ability to have some delineations, what I call it, between that assistant register of deeds. It wouldn't help for folks in the register of deeds job who may be acting in a senior capacity, if that makes sense. And part of this is looking at those jobs, and that's kind of why I got Tony involved, is how much different are all the jobs? You know, if you're cross-training them all, then everybody knows everything. A lot of times in a small office, it's hard to make that career. It'd be like making a career ladder in my office. There's 5 of us. I don't know how we would do it. You know what I mean? Everybody's so interacted and intertwined into everything. I couldn't say, well, I need a senior budget analyst number 2, number 1. You know what I mean? Tim's the 1 right now. So that's how I kind of arrived at this. There's a way to do it. It's just I ran out of time kind of getting the budget balanced and saw this sheet and thought, you know what? If money is the issue, then I can get them moved up.
He still has reclassification options down the road, right?
Right.
Mr. Chairman, if I'm sorry, and if I can also to Commissioner Shell's comment, if I can ask a question of Michael. Michael, could you explain how the structure would work from, registered deeds to senior assistant registered deeds
Yes.
to the deputy assistant registered deeds? Because on the surface, it looks like 3 managerial positions and 4 other positions. Just.
In rewriting, the senior assistant register of deeds works directly under the registrar. They are the office manager. They are the brain behind the entire operation. They are literally the right hand of any register, and so they know how to do it all. But then you start breaking down under that. So the general duties of the Deputy Assistant Register of Deeds, the position that I want to create in the job description, which I know the County Manager's Office and the HR, they all have copies of this. This is a sworn at-will position. An employee in this class performs technical, clerical, administrative, and managerial work of a legal nature in the Office of Register of Deeds. The employee is a part of the executive team and acts in the absence of the Register of Deeds and the Assistant Register of Deeds. Do you want furthermore?
Go ahead. I just wanted to help for clarification for the board.
So, the level 3, which if y'all want to rename them from something to senior deputy, if you want everybody to just be a deputy register of deeds, and we have then a senior deputy register of deeds, I'll call it whatever you want to call it. But I need the structure. I wouldn't be here asking for it. This is a sworn at-will position. Employee in this class performs technical, clerical, administrative, and managerial work of a legal nature in the Office of Register of Deeds. Now, what you did not hear me say is that they were a part of the executive team. This person is the backup to my assistant's my backup. The deputy assistant would be her backup, and the deputy 3 is the backup to them. And in the office, ever since I've taken office, it has been cross-train, 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 cross-train. In law enforcement, anything I do, in the military, you always learn the job of the person ahead of you. And if we do not have structure, well, who's next to learn what? Because everybody's here except here and here. I can't have all these people learning this and that. It just doesn't work that way. But in our government, in our society, you've always got the next level to look to be at. Otherwise, it gets stale. But there's structure. There's the county manager. County manager reports to the Board of Commissioners. Underneath the county manager is the assistant county managers, and they have to work in conjunction with the county attorney. There's structure.
Okay.
Irregardless.
Look here, I'm gonna roll on through with this. Here's one question I got for you, Michael.
Yes, sir.
I've been here how long, Debbie? I don't know. How many?
12 or 16?
12 going on.
15-ish.
15.
Y'all get like 2010?
Yeah, there you go. That's the way
that's
the way
mad
to
enough
do
to
it.
15.
I've been here 14 years, Michael.
Yes, sir.
I've never seen an issue over in the Register of Deeds problem. I mean, I've
sir.
never seen an issue over there. So I don't know why come this career ladder thing is now become an issue, after 14 years, why there's such a big need this year for a career ladder change, okay?
It's structure.
But evidently, how long you been elected?
6 years, working on 7.
It was structured pretty good there.
Yeah,
I mean, you've been doing okay with it the way it is, and
right.
So the structure's okay there. So what I'm concerned about is getting our people paid and getting the starting pay.
Well, I mean,
where it needs
I'm
to be.
concerned with the pay too, but I just want you to understand something, Commissioner Yates. When I was sitting in Lexington, or laying in Lexington Hospital on my deathbed,
somebody took care of it, right?
They sure did.
There you go. So
And
that means you got it right.
And my assistant stepped right up and was able to do it, and had all kinds of issues that a manager would have to face, and she handled it.
So you have that plan already in place, so it's working.
You seem to.
But what if she's out like today? What if I'm out and she's out?
Then it's your job to make sure you know who that third person is.
That's why we need
So
to
you can
step
do
in
that
the
without a
career
ladder. You know, I ain't crazy about ladders, okay? I mean, that's just me. I'm not crazy about them because I think you should have a ladder somewhat, but you can get too many steps in this ladder, you know? I mean, everybody's got a position, everybody's got a title.
Well, then,
I mean, you just gotta have your succession plan in place, to where everybody knows kinda what's supposed to happen, and I think you got that into place.
well,
So.
we probably need to revisit, all the other departments across the county then.
No, I get it. I
If
mean, the
that-
Army, the Sheriff's Department kinda works the same way the Army does. They have different tiers, and you work your way on up, except for general, and I guess the sheriff would be, maybe a general type person. So some of those departments, I get it. That's the way they careered, and that's the way they structured, and it's that way for a purpose. But again, just like Casey said, we can do the manager's office and try to name everybody a assistant position and a this position and a that position, but really the only thing it does, it goes on a business card, you know?
But it does address pay, it does address longevity, because you have something to strive for, to work toward. It gives you, more, encouragement to stay with the county, to be here, and you know that whenever Terry's been there going on 40 years.
You know, I don't really know your employees per person. This is nothing to do with a person.
That's a wonderful statement, Commissioner. It really is.
Yep.
Because the problem we have in registers of deeds is people do not know. Just like whomever.
But I'm saying I'm not picking employees.
No,
I don't know who the
but
employees
let me
are.
make my point.
So.
When they compared the starting salary of an assistant in Guilford County to my assistant here, that's because they didn't know to find out that the assistant there is called the director. And
see, I don't look much at Guilford County. I look at us and I look at our employees. We got 1,000
exactly.
of them, you know?
And that's
we have 1,000, so.
That's my job to look after that office, to bring this to you, to ask you.
Right.
And not to say that you pulled this out of the nebulous. This all happened when we were trying to correct our structure abroad for all of our employees.
Yes.
When the HR director came to you, he noticed that, and he knows more than anybody, that there's different names for the associations of the different positions we have in county government. That's all throughout North Carolina. So when you came up with this, you just saw that there were some indiscrepancies, and that's why you wanted it changed, but it came to your attention through our staff. Not that you just brought this out and decided you wanted to change.
That's correct, but
once it was brought to your attention, you decided you wanted it done. And, you know, I say that we table it, we look at it, and move on.
What you got, Jason?
I was just gonna say one thing, and Michael's probably not aware of this, but just to make this point, not every department here has an assistant director either. You know, for example, Tony doesn't have an assistant director. So that's not necessarily the case in every department. But there is a delineation of, I'm sure Tony has a plan when he's out, somebody's in charge to be able to go to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point.
Matt?
Michael, I need to talk to Tony 1 second. You have something?
I just wanted to ask Casey a question. When our directors or, you know, our people in charge come to you every year at budget time, do you say yes to everybody's requests?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You work with trying to balance a budget.
This is not the first pay plan I've ever changed
No,
in my life.
I know, and I'm not saying that this doesn't need to be done, but I do know that he says no to a lot of people for a lot of requests because he's trying to balance his budget. So I just
let me rebut that with a question.
Okay.
Casey, have you sat down with me to go over my
We already know that. We already know what you said there.
He sits down with
so
other
we don't need to talk
heads.
about that.
Actually, I miss a lot of department meetings, and here's why. And I was waiting for this spot to kind of make this clear. You know, in this county, and this is not a Casey toot horn, by the way, so if you don't like this, you can, but I'm probably the only county manager in this state that does the budget and is co-economic development director and county. I know I'm the only one. My colleagues would throw up if they had to do what I do. So I can't go to every budget meeting. and especially for the smaller departments. And another thing is it's a good thing for Jason and Tim to do some of that too, because if I get hit by a bus, somebody else knows where everything is, how to get to it, how do we arrive at some of these decisions. And so that's, when I took over 5 years ago in this role, I decided, there's only one way to learn that, and that's to sit down and go through it. And me telling them where stuff is, it doesn't matter till you live it, And somebody's got to make the budget. It doesn't just make itself. So I spend a lot of time during the year, probably with the bigger departments, Trish, Sheriff's Office, Public Health, even though sometimes over the years now they've moved into those. And that's by design, so that I can get, it accomplishes two things. I can get spread more, we can accomplish more in a day's work without all three of us traveling to the same meetings, And then I hear about what's the same way with this. I mean, I was, again, not really thinking about it in terms of it being, this is just a straight normal request until I saw that sheet. And then I kind of was like, well, wait a minute now. This is not something I want to be, this is not a service I want to be different from everybody else in terms of structure. I would rather not be the anomaly. And that's my preference. I know that's not yours. That's my preference.
Well, like I say, I apologize, board, for this being here, but all I'm asking is if you would please, and then Jason, come in, please just sit down with me and let's relook at this before you vote on it. That's all I'm asking.
All right, thank you very much. Tony, one quick question for you. This red flag that started all this, I guess, when you made the call to Mr. Horn, what was this red flag? Was it just deficiencies in maybe some of the starting pays in this department, or?
I honestly don't remember much of my Michael, I think you came to me.
I came to you and you started looking
and
at the pay grade.
I looked at it.
This ain't right. These are wrong.
And then I think it was back in September, late August. We just finished the budget, and I recommended that we wait until the next budget cycle because we just finished it. And he's correct, during the year we reclassify a few positions here and there, whether they go up or down. But since this was a total department remake, it felt better to be in the budget process.
It's basically a reorganization.
Yeah, it's a reorg.
If you think about it that way.
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of how I remember the conversation.
Okay, and I get you on the memory thing because I can't remember either what happened last week. So.
And Mr. Chairman, I think at the time when the Register of Deeds office went through the pay study, they were early on, I think, in that, and I think there may not have been twos or one, or they may have moved ones to twos, or something may have happened there. But I remember a sticking point in this was the 4 pay grade difference. When everything else was 2 pay grades. And, you look at the request from the senior assistant to the Register of Deeds, there's about a 10 pay grade difference there. So there wasn't any compression in terms of that. And I come from the school of when you work on a reorganization or you do a study on something like this, you look at vacant positions. You don't look at people in the job.
Right.
Because, the proverbial, what if they get hit by a bus? You don't replace people, you fill positions, is how it was beat into me, basically. And so looking at that, the pay grades, there wasn't a bunch of compression there between those two. But then as you move them up, that creates a little bit of compression. So that required, and even in Casey's proposal, the senior assistant went up another pay grade to address that issue. I think Michael was to go up 3 pay grades, but Casey moved it up another. And in terms of the policy, and Tony can correct me on this if I'm wrong, they either go to the minimum of the new pay grade or 5%. Whichever is higher is what they get as the policy. So in that particular case, it was going to be 5% because they're already above the minimum, even 3 pay grades higher. So, but just kind of give that, I think where the real crux, and I thought Michael, I'll speak for myself, I thought Michael had a very fair point on the deputy too, for sure, because there's 4 pay grades difference there, and what's the difference in the workload at that point?
Right.
So, they kind of looked at it and went, maybe Matt, when they did the pay study, missed it. And we just
Chairman, I'm to make a motion.
All right, Mr. McClure, do you have something you want to say?
I was gonna make the same motion, I think.
So you go ahead and I'll second it.
We wind up dealing with a couple of different things at the same time. One, it was a structure, and the other one comes in where the money is concerned, and it's very difficult to do, both of them at the same thing. So I would recommend that we set this particular department aside until they can opportunity to get work with Casey and our director until they come up with something that's satisfactory.
When you say, that's what, I'm about to go through the changes of the rest of the budget. We're gonna put it back to where it was. I've got an idea, and I don't know now's the right time. It's kind of piggybacking off what Mr. Shell just said, but maybe in reverse a little bit. But maybe now's not the time to do that piece of it. I mean, we can always put it back and then come back and readjust later. I've got, maybe a hybrid there of some things that would be beneficial to moving other people up to register of deeds. If there's one person that's identified as a senior, maybe that person comes out, I say that person, that job comes out, and we make a senior whatever it is. That way you've got the three layers. You've got him, you've got Terry, and you've got a senior, and then everybody else. Because that moving, getting rid of that deputy register of 2s and 3s, first of all, it makes us stop looking like the anomaly, and it pushes everybody up, like Jason said, up pay grades, and it makes the pay grades stacking less. So that might be the simple fix, is there's some position in that that batch of jobs that's a senior person that simply comes out and becomes that.
I second the motion.
Isn't that kind of what I said? Y'all work it out?
Well, yes, sir. But I mean, that's kind of.
I got so many dang numbers down here.
Don't know if we wanted to work it out now or if we wanted to do it later, but we're going to put it back,
later,
and then we can go back and revisit it.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so when are y'all gonna have this worked out? It's gotta be done before.
It'll be after the budget, right, because
Okay.
we're going to hopefully adopt a budget Monday night, so, I'm not worried about the dollars, that's not the big deal, it's getting whatever we're gonna get right.
All right.
Do these other quick changes real quick.
All right, Mr. Horn, we got that taken care of, and, appreciate you being here this morning. You're welcome to stay for the next 2 hours if you'd like. But if not.
They don't like us that much.
Yes, sir. Flip the numbers piece of this page over for just a second and go to this Carolina bluish looking page here. We're on the second page. Just flip over a page.
It's a pretty blue.
Yeah, the Carolina blue lines on it. All right, so every year we get some changes, and this year's no different. Let me just walk you through that, and these are reflected in the numbers on the front end of the page. So we already did the first one, which is, or register deeds is the second one there, so that takes care of that. And what we're doing, again, we're going to put it back the way it was, and we'll come back to the board. DSS had 2 line items in their revenue side of their budget that, and this is more technical than you want to know. They were not corrected in terms of, I put them at negatives so we know how much county money we got. I didn't reverse the signs. They picked up $90,000, and and the expense side of that program was already there. So I put that in their travel budget. That's what that is all about, that line 1. That's the only changes in the general fund. The rest of these are in other funds. The state notified us we picked up a whopping $540 more in our telephone charges fund, so I added that to it. I get a letter every year and then a re-letter usually late in the game. Transportation, additional grant funds that we identified after we proposed the budget, so we added that to transportation. Sewer, we got notified that they're probably going to go, we guess 6% rate increase, they're going to go 8.5%. I can't see, yes, 8.5%. And that's by the Winston-Salem, Forsyth Water Authority, as you guys know. It's not us. That's for the folks on the northern end of the county. So we added that to the sewer fund. Flip over to the back side of that page. The opioid fund. Stay with me on this. It looks like a big drop, but it's for a reason. When we get our funds in this year, 2025, we're gonna have $6.5 million that we've accumulated of the 22.5. But instead, I was budgeting putting in my file all that, Christie only needs the difference that's coming this year. Does that make sense? So we have to back it down, because we're only gonna load $1.6 million into the system. But remember, we got basically $6.5 million of the 22.5. And remember, that comes in over the next 18 years. So this looks like a big drop in the budget, but it's just paper is all it is, a paper number. It's not, we're reducing opioid funds or anything like that. That's reflected in the financials on the front end, and then you got an ordinance here behind this that reflects all these numbers as well. So Monday night, if this is amenable to the board, what you'll have is this, and we'll work on the Register of Deeds piece and bring it back. And I do have one other quick thing, Mr. Chairman. If you would like me to hand these things out about the DSS stuff.
Yeah, please do.
So, part of the budget process was, like Mr. Watford said, is looking at everybody's needs. DSS had some requests for some additional positions and some pay grade change in their department that I did not include in the budget. That's an example, a great one of I didn't include any of those things as well. Let me walk you through what you're about to stare at, because it does have a lot of numbers on this, and it's actually very simple. And then I'll show you kind of what we kind of want a plan to come up with. I think after the last DSS meeting, the chairman and Ms. Watford heard a report from Trish about, we're going to talk about in a minute, about meeting state goals that are, in most people's opinion around the state, probably a little bit too lofty or too unrealistic. And also some, I can't share but all of it, but cases going on within DSS that are very serious. And so we all sat down and had a meeting about, okay, what are we going to do about our vacancy rate? I mean, we're not recruiting in, we're trying to run job fairs. Trish is running her own job fairs, if you guys don't know, setting up tents and trying to recruit people downstairs in the lobbies, over at the college, etc. And it's working, but it's not where we want it to be. So it's kind of similar to our Register of Deeds. You got jobs down the left-hand side, and these are what I call hot jobs: social workers, CPS workers, social work supervisors, and income maintenance. And you've got what we pay in our minimum in that first column, and then what all these other counties pay. And as you can see, the box colored red, I'll get to that in just a second. If you take your eyes on any particular job, we're not there with some of these other ones. And the bottom part's got the turnover rate as far as what's getting turned over. Now, these are 21, 22 numbers. I think Trish has talked to some other counties, and some of these are getting better in other counties, and I'll highlight some of them in a second, with the state's turnover rate. And our turnover rate's not as bad, at least it wasn't in 2022. Now, you got to remember that was 2 years ago, comparatively to some of these other ones. You can see 27%, some people have got 40, some people have got 32, 46, 39, etc. When you factor in our insurance, which you all know that's out-of-pocket expense to employees. I mean, they pay for the insurance. We kind of come up to be close to the average of this group. So we're like, okay, what would it take to not be the average in these hot jobs? How would you fix that problem without messing with other things in DSS? You've got accounting techs in DSS, office support that are common jobs amongst other places in the county. We're not talking about those. We're talking about these kinds of jobs here, maybe a couple other support functions that work closely with these folks. But how could we even compete? We go to the red square. And I'm going to hand this out in just a second. So the only thing we can come up with is obviously make an increase. And if you remember, we've done the sheriff's office, 2 years ago. We did EMS, I think this time last year. I believe it was this time last year. We hadn't really touched DSS, not like this. If we were to do some adjustment for these kinds of jobs, what would it look like, and could we compete better with them three in the middle there, Randolph, Rowan, and Iredell? Rowan is showing up on this list once again as a competitor, essentially, across the river, who is very aggressive with pay. Very aggressive with pay. And so they are tough to keep up with. Now, they've also run a vacancy rate similar to ours, 26, as I understand that. Again, that was 2 years ago. As of today, that percentage is dipping further down. So that leads me to this. So, what can we do? It all gets back to, as Commissioner McCord has said, what can you afford? And what does it do when you make it happen? What happens if you start changing structures around? And in DSS, remember you have, you've got the state personnel classification to deal with, so you have similar type positions, social work twos, for example, that are in public health, that are over in Tisha's office, and senior services. So we didn't, we don't want to disturb any of that. What can we do? And this is about the only thing I could think of on this kind of short notice of this. I want you to see what the problem is. In other words, why are we here? Well, we're behind on these hot jobs pretty much down the line, as you can see.
So our caseloads is way too high.
Caseloads are way too high.
On our social workers there.
Right.
And this is the line on the sheet of vacancies that is 16, 17,
Right.
18 numbers every single month, and has been, for a good while.
I'm not gonna make you go through all this. I'm gonna explain what I did, and then I'm gonna show you the bottom line. Because it's got this is all formula-driven math on these sheets of paper. We obviously don't need to walk down every one of them. So we went through and identified, again, these hot jobs. As you can see to the left, social worker twos, social worker IATs. If you flip the page with your eyes, you see you have to adjust the supervisors, because if you do the line staff, obviously they can press against them. So we got social work supervisors, the program managers, IMCs, that gets to the folks processing things down on the second floor. And when you get to the back side of that, all the supervisors that are in IMC and your quality assurance folks. That's it. But what we said was, okay, what if we could move the social worker piece from this top sheet that we're so far behind? We can't move pay grades, because if we start moving pay grades, we get in trouble with the state. We have to do similar type positions in public health, because you got to keep them in line. So we said, well, all right, what if we don't do that? What if we make pay grades 67 and 67A and 67B, but they're specific to DSS? And we just picked an arbitrary percentage. What if we did 10%? Remember, our pay grades are 5% apart. So remember that number in your head. They're 5% spread between them all. What if we did 10% for the social worker side, which is the really immediate hazard, and also the consequences of what's at stake is a little higher, and we did 5 on the IMC side? What would it cost to even do that? Well, I mean, obviously you don't run the numbers you don't know. What we did was sit down and take the minimum of the pay grades current year and take these folks' salaries and put them versus each other. So how far are they spread? You guys remember when we did the pay study with a couple of years ago, that was the whole point of that, is to spread folks that had tenure off the minimums, all right? So we looked at their spread and said, okay, let's look at 2025's pay grades for next year, because our pay grades, if we do the 504%, we're going to move the pay grades by the 4%, not the 500. That's your spread amount. So we'll move them by 4%. So next year, 2025, pay grades go up by 4%. So what would happen then? So person X, or Casey, I'll just use Casey. Casey's social worker 2, his current spread off the minimum, $2,000, let's just say. All right, he gets the COLA, and the pay grade moves by the 4%. But then if you said, okay, because he's a social worker, we're going to try that 10% move. We're not going to change the minimum of the pay grade except for DSS. In other words, they're allowed to hire in at what we used to call in Wake County minimum plus 10. The minimum for the rest of the county is this number, but for her jobs, she gets the luxury of hiring them in at a different number. Is everybody with me? They don't move out of the actual pay grade. They just kind of move to a different number.
Yeah.
So then when you take that number, the person's salary, and compare it to that, pretty much everybody went in the hole. Unless you've been here 20 or 25 years. And so Tim and I looked at that and was like, and it's all over the board. Somebody that's been here 3 years is, now Casey's 2,000 ahead currently. He may be 3,000 behind that concept. Does that make sense? And you go, all right, well, that can't happen. If I've been here 22 years, maybe I'm still above it. So we took everybody that was a negative against that concept of 10% for the social worker areas, let's just call it that area, and 5 for the IMC area. And then we moved everybody with a negative back to the minimum. So all the negatives went away. So they're flush with that new, let's just call it a new minimum. We didn't change. If you had $1 positive above that, we didn't touch you right off the bat. And then we stopped, and we said, okay, now that creates a problem, right? Anytime you win one part of the argument and then you lose something else, our compression starts to settle in. Unless we're willing to spend buku money, you got folks that are working here sitting on the minimum. So when let's say that this works, in other words, we can attract more people, because now what we're after is recruitment, right? We may hire somebody and they make the same amount as somebody already working here. So we didn't like that. And we said, okay, so I'll tell you what let's do. Let's take everybody and move them 1%. Everybody that was in the list. Move it 1%. That's in this batch of jobs. And that costs us about $220,000 net. Because there's going to be reimbursement percentages on those folks. And they're all over the board. Some of them's 35%, some of them's 50%, some of them's 75%. But it nets out to the county being able to cost us about $220,000. Tony reminded me that, okay, Casey, that's a great plan. You got around the state. You fixed the recruitment problem, or you're trying to. We don't know if it'll work, but it's the only shot we got. But you missed one little piece. When we do hire somebody, we give them credit for years of experience through the pay study. Remember that? We got the pay calculation sheet, and we give 2.5% for credit of service, or time. Huh? 2.25%, okay.
1.25%.
Was it 1.25%? Okay.
For a new hire experience.
Okay, so 1.25%. So your 1% may not hold up if we hire James coming in over Casey, social worker 1. Casey's sitting at that new minimum. James may leapfrog him. And then we got that proverbial leapfrogging problem. Now, I can fix some of that through equity adjustments, and now we don't know who we're going to hire, right? So we don't have a clue how many times this is going to happen. If we can make it through the first year like this, everybody gets the COLA, they spread further, and then we probably won't have an issue. But that first year will be like that. So I added a second option, which is what if we did, instead of that 1% on the last step, what if we did 2 or 2.5%? And the cost goes up to about $290,000. Because again, you got so much reimbursement. So I want you guys to have options. That may prevent leapfrogging. And that's where I stop. And I open it up, Mr. Chairman, for those folks on the DSS board to help me here, because I don't know, this is not included in the budget right now. But it's an option if the board chooses, we could look at to try to help with this situation. Again, some of which is becoming a little bit more serious on the social work side.
Am I reading it right that the total cost if we change this is a little over $5 million?
No.
What is it?
No. If you flip to the back, these Carolina blue columns, I always do Carolina blue. So y'all remember, you see these columns that say net?
Yeah.
Go all the way to the back side. You got to factor in the reimbursement. That's just
Gotcha.
the expense. So the bottom line, Commissioner Elliott, is right there, $218,000.
Gotcha.
220 or close to 290. 290 is what it's going to cost us.
Gotcha.
Deciding on whether we go with the 1% or 2.5%.
2.5%.
And I'm gonna suggest, and y'all know how I am when it comes to spending money, I don't like to do it, but we need to go on to the 2.5% on this, because we're having real struggles with these social workers, and I get it. That's a terrible job, you know, to have to go out in these homes and deal with these issues that they have to deal with, and a day in and day out basis. It's very tough job to have, and you just don't have many people that wants to do it. So if we're going to recruit the people or try to recruit, like I say, it's our last chance. I don't know of another thing we can do. We've been dealing with this. I've been on the board, I don't know, 5 or 6 years now on the DSS board, and Karen's been on there, and we've been fighting the vacancy rate in this department since.
And overworking staff.
And overworked staff.
In this area, it's in this area.
Yeah.
I mean, we're targeting where we
Oh, yeah,
need the
they
people
take care
and
of our.
can't get the people.
That's right.
And Rowan has decided on some of these jobs, the word out is, you know, not only is their starting pay better, but they're offering these bounties again on certain positions.
Yeah.
You know, so we're competing against that as well.
But we haven't lost anybody that we know of, I don't think.
That we know of.
But this will help with that too, you know.
The 2% or the 2.5% gets us out of this bounding over other people, right?
Yes.
It helps.
It raises everybody's salary.
Well, that's what I'm saying, the
Yeah.
1.25%, and no offense to it, but the 1.25%, nobody really feels that in their pocket.
It helps. This is going, I don't wanna mislead you. This is gonna depart from our pay study slightly, but we have no other way around it unless we're willing to spend probably $1 million because I calculated you go back to where we started. Casey's this much off the minimum today. If I wanna keep Casey that same distance in the new way, it's gonna cost buku money to do it for 200 positions. So we decided, nope, that's not financially not feasible. What can we do for around $200,000 or $300,000 that would make sense? And it introduces a little bit of compression, but I can live with that. Because I'm after recruitment a little bit better.
And let me go back and say this, the liability to the county, because, I mean,
part of the
we're talking about liability. We're talking about infants here and children and our social workers not making the rounds that they need to be making, and the liability don't get any higher than that to me. So,
you know, looking at all these numbers, I look back at my high school and I figure that I probably was good to take that Algebra 2 class. It's the first time. I'll tell you, this is a mess. But I appreciate, in particular, the folks that are on this board, and their attempt, to not only pay what is proper, but also to cut down on the, amount of turnovers that you get so that the experience that we gain, won't go to somebody else. And, I would be in favor of the increase that you recommend.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah. I would like to make a motion that we go with option 2 for the 2.5%.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
I think, Commissioner McClure just made that motion, and
That's right.
James.
That's okay.
Oh, if that was a motion, then I second the motion.
Whoever made the motion and we
Made it.
Yeah. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Thank y'all, a great deal. This is a big concern about,
Trish, good luck. That's all I can tell you, so, good luck. I guess we're moving on to F now, discussion of state of DSS program goals.
Yep.
Tony, you were standing up there, what? I think Trish is coming up and,
If Tony would like to do this for me, I would prefer to do mine, it's much better to do.
Right. So I wanted to say good afternoon because I feel like we've been here a while, right? But thank you for all the work you just did on our behalf. I do appreciate that, and I know staff will. The reason I'm here this morning is because the state issues, since 2017, it was legislated that the state enters into an MOU with counties, and they have specific performance measures that they hold counties to. So in 2018, all counties received their first MOU. This county, I'm sure, signed it with no complaint or anything like that. They're supposed to be one-year agreements, and the state is supposed to do a list of things to help the counties meet those requirements. And when I was in my other county, we refused to sign it because the state doesn't do what, they expect us to do our part, but they don't always do their part. So in 2020, COVID happened. So the state decided to not issue an MOU for 2020 and 2021. And they stated that they would continue to work with counties to meet those performance measures, but they would not enter into an agreement or put counties on a corrective action. So then in late 2020, the state issued a revised MOU and said, we're issuing this, counties need to enter into it, but we're not holding you accountable, we're not doing a corrective action. So we signed that MOU here. I was already here then, we signed it. Then they issued another one for 22 through 24, which again we signed. We're in COVID, they weren't holding us accountable. They chose not to enforce the MOU, which we appreciate. Don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing that they chose that. But now we're at a point where they're asking us to sign MOUs and they will start holding us accountable. They have said in their cover letter to us that they would pause their corrective action process until December of 2024 because counties are still coming out of COVID, vacancies. They acknowledge that there are issues there. My request to you is that we not sign it for the very reason that you just heard from Casey, all the things that we're going through. At this point in time, I can say to you that we know our obligation. We are mandated to meet those. We do our best to meet those, but we know we're not going to meet those performance measures, at least not all of them. With things that we do, maybe by December we'll be in a better spot. That's my hope, and we're running job fairs. We're doing everything we can to help. We've really got our training center ramped up, and we're doing the training because we don't always get what we need from the state. Again, training is part of the MOU, but the state doesn't always provide it. They add more mandates, like now they've put pre-service where you have to go for child welfare, you have to go in person. It's now longer. Employees are going to have to stay in hotels and travel. It's going to cost more for the county. And you can't start doing your job until you have pre-service, unless you're an experienced social worker from another county in North Carolina. So we're just asking that you either accept a modified MOU, which Mike, a newbie, worked on for us before he left, which gives us some leeway and talks about aspirational goals, and that we will, or he was very good linguistically. But so he helped us craft something that we felt like we could meet. But I can guarantee you that if we submit that, the state will reject it, because they will submit to us and it's supposed to be an agreement, but it is not an agreement. It is, here it is, sign it and move forward. So I would like to ask that the county not sign the MOU, but know that I am in no way saying that does not mean that I'm not going to try to meet those requirements. But I don't feel like the state has done their part, and that during this time, until we see what's happening, that we just tell them we're not signing it, and then we keep working on all the things that we're doing. The Directors Association has provided them a list of things that we would like: workload standards, security officer training, because the state does no training for, let's say, Daniel's staff on how to set up individuals. They have to learn. If they haven't learned it from someone else, there's nobody to teach them. So there are things that could create a liability for us, but the state hasn't done their job. So you just have to know it. The state does not always provide timely policy notification, and then they hold us accountable for that policy, even though we haven't been advised of the policy. So we have asked, the directors have asked for timely notification of policy, and then a period of time held harmless while we're training staff if it's not provided timely. And the last thing we really wanted was an annual MOU, which is what the legislation says, an annual MOU. They say they don't want to do an annual because it's too much work. And as soon as they submit it, then they have to work on it again. So,
Mr. Director, I just want to tell you, I'm sitting here just immense with pride. I'm so glad that you're standing up for our citizens against the state and kind of holding strong. And I apologize, the last meeting I wasn't here for sickness, but I watched it back. I want to commend our commissioners who sit on the DSS board for getting you in here and us hiring you. I want to commend you with that award that you received. I'm kind of jealous I didn't get to hold it, but you know, your leadership and everything that you've done in the midst of what we just approved, having a staff overworked, really undercompensated for what they do, and then battling the MOU in the state with what we've got going. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you. I'll let you continue.
Thank you. Well, but I want to say to y'all, I'm not saying in any way that we're not going to do the best we can do. I mean,
we understand.
But I do feel like setting the example and telling the state, we really need more
That's right.
from you. This will create some flack, because I can tell you, I had some flack from my prior county, but I also know there are other counties who are not signing it. Ashe County, voted on May 6th not to sign it. There are other counties that are doing the
Well,
same.
there's no need of us signing anything, in my opinion, that we know we can't meet.
That's
right. Yeah, I don't-
And there was no conversation about it, so.
And most of these MOUs are misnamed. It should be MOC. It's mutual command.
That's right.
But I recommend we don't sign it.
I agree.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one question. Is there any, I mean,
Hey, man, I'm
is
with
there
you.
anything the state's gonna withhold from us, or are they gonna try to withhold money from us, or?
So
anything?
let me answer that. So the performance measures, if you don't meet them, there's already statute that says the state can take you over if you are failing 3 out of 6 months, 5 out of 12. There's already statute there. The MOU also does say that if we don't meet our corrective action, we continue to fail that, at some point they can withhold money. The money would never be withheld from our residents, so they would never lose Medicaid benefits. They would never lose food and nutrition benefits. The state may come in as, I don't even want to jinx us, but if they did, they would not withhold money. They would just maybe tell you how to spend the money.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, we are providing mandated services. Watauga County, in my understanding, has never signed the MOU, and they've never lost any funding.
That's correct.
I mean,
So, but it's always out there. Anytime you do any federal government program, if you're doing it wrong, you have the potential of taking the sanction.
Now, still recommend we don't sign it.
yeah.
And I agree with that, I was just wanting to.
But trust me, we're not gonna do anything wrong. That
I know you're not.
If I know, we
I
will
know
fix
you're
it.
not.
So.
If you don't push back sometime, then you
Come on.
never get anywhere. so-
Amen.
Motion for that, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, we'll take a motion.
I make a motion that we do not sign the MOU.
All right, got a motion, second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a great day. All right, Tony.
You guys will find a memo that I put on your, looks like this. And real quickly, we're just asking for this to go on the next Monday night agenda for consent. So just want to explain what we're looking at. So we are, from a health insurance perspective, we are self-insured. So what that means is we pay a certain amount of the dollars that it cost us for each employee. That amount currently is $150,000. Doesn't get hit very often. We've only had a couple recently, and those have dropped off. And so as we have gone through the renewal process, we would like to raise that basically deductible for the county to $175. And in doing so, you'll look at the bottom part of the letter. On average, we think that'll save us about $250,000. And so that's the bottom line, is it'll save us money by doing that. Increases our risk a little bit from 150 to 175, but.
It says it'll save us about $350
Well, that's,
or $340.
that's in the best case scenario. I'm
I
kind of
got you.
thinking, kind of
Realistic.
worst.
Conservative side. I
Yeah.
get you.
I don't want to overpromise.
Pie in the sky.
I don't want to overpromise, but
Does that mean that, we can reduce the insurance costs that much?
We can.
it does reduce the county's cost, yes, correctly. Yeah.
And we've got some high-cost claimants that aren't on the plan anymore. So the future may be brighter yet. But I don't wanna start pulling down money just yet until, I have sitting here telling you the future's brighter, and then I have some more HCCs, next fiscal year. So
Yeah,
if I could just stay where I'm at around $15 million or whatever, then I'll be fine.
Really only takes one or two folks
That's
that
right.
really get really sick and
That's right.
need the help. So
Well, you need a motion to put it on the consent agenda.
You don't need a motion for
That's
this?
really
or
all I'm
Just
asking
staff
for.
direction?
Second.
Consensus, we
All right.
good?
That's it. Thanks.
We didn't make a motion, it's just consensus, but yeah. All right, so this is it, we ready for closed session?
I make a motion, we go into closed session.
All right, we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank y'all very much for hanging around out in the, audience all morning.
Good shot, Fred.
Mr. Walker.
No, I told him to push back the conference calls and.
Man, what a long meeting.
Well, I didn't know if we were gonna be taking more presentations.
I know.
This is the superintendent's chair.
He's still here.
That knocked my head off, my headache.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I got you some just in case the
Yeah.
first round didn't work.
Thank you.
I'm sure they need
Yeah.
to go a little lot right here.
We're going to another closed session now.
Pretty
Oh.
strong. Anyway.
Oh my goodness, my back is killing me.
Hey, fire department guys, good to leave now.
Yeah. Thank y'all. Sorry to drag y'all up here. We haven't had a chance. I was just telling that to Karen. Yeah. About Greg. Nice to meet you. You doing all right? Yes, sir. Hey, I missed some of the conversations. I had traveled for work up to Chicago. It happens.
We're gonna
Well,
close session now?
Yeah, near and dear to my heart, because I was a public school teacher.
Yes.
And my dad retired after 33 years in Davidson middle school. So I actually had pushed for some sort of teacher supply. I did it last year too, so I'm not sure what's going to be able to do. I was advocating for kids. When I've got friends who are teachers and I've heard from them.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay, well, I was gonna connect you. So, and then, you're already connected.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I'm just
They
connected.
get it twice a year, right? Correct.
So, yeah, for instance, yes, and
I
so
work
if
in
you need
Forsyth
anything,
County, and
you
it
can
just
not
makes
down there,
budgeting and
yell at me,
planning
because
so
I
much
know Dr.
easier. So I had a couple
Okay.
of talk about that, and I explained to them, hey, you can do it that way. I said, but it may change your tax bracket. And when you do it twice a year, it doesn't impact the plan. Because then it comes in as a bonus. And so it's a different tax. They get a little bit, because they could get.
I think it'll be okay if you come in, let me just make sure it's all right, but.
Whereas.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I have a real interest in like local government.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was interning here. I was looking into interning at either with Winston or Forsyth, but they actually take
You can do it that way.
Oh, okay.
But then everybody's going to.
All right, well.
So I'm really glad that you guys are able to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just stay here 1 second.
More cash in your pocket. And then they'll be saying, get that. Well, and I mean, when I had presented to the board initially, one was like a $500 direct deposit to go in like July, so that teachers could like, across the board, all school teachers could then have $500. I'm sure be taxed, so you lose some of it, but classroom supplies, right, or instructional stuff, because they only do the school supply, the school supply, like, very student-centered things, but they don't necessarily do things to enhance instruction. Right, you find something on like essential standards online, which I did that when I was a teacher, and I would buy things that were unique to what I was teaching. Those came out of my pocket. But then when I was a teacher, that didn't really, like last year, it didn't really get anywhere. Well, it's just like I have, when I was trying to ask for the additional money for the supplement, and I was sitting there going, like, you guys are sitting on $180 million fund balance. The interest alone would fund more than that. But you've heard my spiel. And I wanted to come meet you. I do consider myself a public education. So I'm just absolutely. So well, I knew that you had talked. I knew that Karen had talked, and I've met Chris a couple of times, and I know I have 3 supporters.
Hey, Kennedy, you want to?
Yeah, you majority. I got to be able to count to 4. Good job. Nice meeting you. Thanks, man.
You put it on your site, that's good, and you'll see if you pay somebody to put it on your website, that'd be great. And he said, let's go from there. And so anyway. 18 or 20 people showed up. Well, they voted on it. And, they voted. I don't think the cut of the count. So, everybody raise their hand. Don't put your hands down so we get your count. And y'all raise your hand. It's okay to one against, and they said, motion carried. So ready. The chairman, not the president, the chairman, said, one more time. We're gonna vote one more time. Get it, or we lose. One more time, that's all it's gonna be. And so they voted on one more time. I was trying to remember not to believe it, I didn't believe it anyway. And we got one. Hey, Jason. And two of our board members voted with green. I'm still what I had to say. You know, it's on the website there, you know, we need to straight. You're gonna get one, you gotta get.
things around here.
Motion to come back into
Yes,
open
sir, Mr.
session.
Chairman.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Mr. Attorney, will you give us a report on closed session, please?
Yes, the, board discussed an economic development matter and also, discussed, acquisition of real property.
No further action was taken, so thank you very much. Can I get a, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion and a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Karen?